You know, I can't. I don't like to tell you to shut up. You should have self-control. You're adults, you know.
Are we?
Or
So,
some of yous are.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
yeah,
I got a note from my mum saying that I'm not.
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah. Terry, you want to talk? It's really easy. You can just mute all of us, can't you? With one button.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, mute everyone. Cool. I should do that. Righto. Mute
Yeah, maybe you should do
Then
it more
don't forget
often.
to unmute us. Why are these buggers so quiet? Why aren't
Yeah.
any of them replied to me? Because we can't.
Can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good evening, Peanuts. Good evening, panel. Yeah, I know it was a
Hello,
bit of
hello.
an interesting evening last night on Jose's. I was half asleep when I was watching it because it was nearly 5 o'clock in the morning here.
Well, apparently, if you want to continue with such jollities, go and listen to Brandon's hangout last night because I think Gem Panda was in there ripping them all apart again.
Oh,
Oh, that was hilarious.
From what he was saying earlier on, I thought, I must try and find the time to listen to that later on then, because usually I don't bother because it's all just the same old shit, you know. But
yeah.
Ruhiff joined in too. It was good.
oh,
Is
good.
is Brandon's
Cool.
route 24 hours like Gems where you can go scroll back or you got to wait
No,
for the
No,
download?
the actual hangouts that he does.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, from the sounds of it, that was quite good. So might have to go back and listen to that.
about the midpoint on.
Yeah, cool.
I
Brian's
still
logic showed up and got all butt hurt.
Oh, bless.
I was a little bit confused with Leaky, what his problem was.
That's well, that's why you keep getting these pregnant pauses. After Brian Leakey stops talking, it just goes quiet because you're sitting there trying to work out just what the hell he just said. Bless his
Okay.
heart.
So tonight's mathematician, physicist, astronomer applied Newton's law to the entire solar system. Oh, okay. Entire solar system. It's hyphenated.
P
So it's got like a hyphenation
PS
between.
yeah P hyphen S L. God, I don't know.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Mm. Yeah, we don't get clues for this one. This one's just a straight out question.
Yeah.
There's your
I'm
clue.
making them
That's his
harder.
name. And is that his
Yeah,
picture?
well,
And
that's
you've
the
got
other
his
week.
and you've got his picture there as your avatar.
No, that's not his picture.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
I haven't got around to that yet.
Okay. We don't want you to do too much, Paul. Don't want to break your
No.
internet. And I haven't had a dropout for shit. I should touch wood.
Oh, don't. Just,
Yeah. Quit. Stop. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Forget what I
Go,
just
go,
said.
go on mute.
Yeah.
Go
Okay.
on mute.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, I got an email from British Telecom the other day saying they were going to give me some money back. I thought, well, what was that for? Oh, because when my internet kept playing up, they said they didn't. They were apologising for not responding to it quick enough. I thought, well, okay, but you know, I texted them one night, and within 36 hours, there was a van out here and it was fixed.
Hey?
I thought,
What?
exactly. It's like, what do you mean you took your time responding? You couldn't have done it any bloody quicker, to be honest. I mean, it's only something like 16 quid, but it's like, okay, whatever. If it'd taken them a fortnight, I could understand it, but yeah.
If and when I ever do get another dropout and we ring them up and try to complain to them, which is going to be hard because they can't speak English, and
Oh, yeah.
he mentions that it's normal to have these dropouts, I'll say, no, it's not. Not over all these years we've had the internet. It can't be just
No,
all
well,
of a sudden.
the problem that BT have they've made a rod for their own back because obviously, you know, the likes of BT and Sky and all the rest of them over here are all heavily competing with each other. So they're all now basically guaranteeing an uninterrupted service. So the minute you have a problem, they've got to respond. They've got to, because there are all these things in place. Yeah, we guarantee you an uninterrupted service. If it gets interrupted, then us as customers can complain and demand money back and all the rest of it. And of course, they don't want that. So the minute they say it's an uninterrupted service, and you say, hang on, there's a problem, and my internet keeps dropping out, they can't do what they used to. Oh, well, we'll have somebody there in a fortnight. They've now got to pull their finger out. And actually, think about it. It was the next day. He did actually turn up the next day because, they said, oh, somebody's coming tomorrow morning. I said, hang on, I'm not going to be here. I think I was going back to see the parents. And he just turned up as I was about to get in the car, So they now have to respond. So, they've almost shot themselves in the foot a bit by saying, we guarantee an uninterrupted supply. Yeah, come on then.
Yeah, I think the other problem is, of course, is that they don't control the people that are actually going to fix the faults, do they?
No, because they
have to buy all of that off OpenReach.
But that is, of course, part of BT, but a different part of BT,
which is spun off. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm with PlusNet, and they're owned by Big T too.
Yeah.
But yeah, and of course the biggest problem is if you ever try and I don't know if you ever had to try and contact OpenReach, but you're not OpenReach's customer.
No, you're BT's customer.
And BT is their customer, so you really, OpenReach often don't care because
I thought
you're not the customer.
I thought Casual Spaceman said that he didn't cheat.
He's not meant to.
Well, he has correctly identified our mystery mathematician, physicist, astronomer, and he said, and he said, "I'm a Google expert." It's really not how the game's played, Matt. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I was aware of some of his mathematical stuff, but not the astronomy bit.
Not entirely sure I've actually heard of him, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, because the plus transforms.
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I'll give you that. Yes, I have heard of him then. Look, I've got much more important stuff crammed into my more immediate memory retention thing. Tanks and aircraft and submarines and guns and what NASA are up to. How am I supposed to remember bloody mathematicians' names? Good grief, I remember the important stuff. How to tell the difference between an ME 109 E, F, G and K model.
Yeah. But what about the E3 and the E4?
It's fuck all difference between them, to be honest. Oh dear.
Or a G-Trop.
Oh, they're easy to spot. They got that big air filter extension slapped on the front of the that little air intake on the cowling. That's a big giveaway.
Now we better stop this conversation before we get in trouble.
Oh, that's okay. I was using it as a infill while I was collecting
and of course, on the left-hand side below the cockpit on the outside, there are two little knobbly bits. And they're very important because that's where you attach the parasol.
Yeah.
So when they were parked up in the desert, they could actually you had two little mounts that you could slide the pole in of the dirty great big parasol that stopped the cockpit getting up to about 110 degrees.
Yeah, in the winter.
The Germans thought of these things.
Yeah.
Like that when the first pilot climbed in and said, "Fuck me, everything's hot. Ow, ow, ow." Oh dear.
Oh, what you got tonight, Paul? Dead man's fingers.
Yeah.
Coffee rum. Oh,
It's either that or it's Or it's this.
Starwood. Hmm.
It's an Australian single malt.
I can't do whiskey. Just, oh, no.
I can drink whiskey. I just have a nasty habit of having of preferring expensive ones.
Yeah, funny that. Yeah, same here with the vodka. Yeah.
Once you've had the expensive ones, you can't go back though, can you, Helen?
No, that's the trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I have to say, I really like the Islay malts as well. You know, so we're looking,
Yeah.
Lagavulin, Lefroy, Ardbeg. Yeah, none of them are what you call cheap, are they?
No.
No.
But they're nice.
It's like me with the Grey Goose vodka. It's not exactly cheap, but once you've had Grey Goose, it's a job to go back to the cheaper stuff.
Okay, so
Yeah.
who out there figured out what that was?
No, I will be completely honest. I haven't got a clue what that is.
Anybody out there in the peanuts have any idea at all what it is?
Okay, well, I hadn't.
But
I hadn't got a clue what it was.
Are the peanuts seeing it? 'Cause-
They should be. They should be seeing it.
It's a hell of a lag. Oh, there it goes. It's just a hell of a
that-
lag.
Yeah, you got to wait 20 seconds for the lag. Yeah. It's a Carl. A cigar holder. It's a thingamajiggy.
Oh, it's definitely a thingamajiggy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Possibly even the Nujima flip.
It's a miniaturized cannon mount with liquid cooling. It's a marital aid of some kind.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what you could get
Yeah.
out of that one.
The penis pops up out of the center as you rock on it.
It's a turbo encapsulator.
Carl I got notified about it a while back. So you've had a chance to figure it out. Well, if people check the notification of what they would have got it, had a chance to look at it. But if you're only looking at it fresh tonight, well.
Oh, I looked at it earlier on and thought, nope.
Well, I'd say Carl got it right, only because he's had a chance to look at it.
I kind of cheated because I kind of looked in that place that I can look in. And, saw the link.
Oh, that is cheating.
Yeah, that is cheating, yeah. Okay, I'll scroll down. It's a robot beetle powered by alcohol. There we go. So, like robots like to drink alcohol, we might have something for you. Meet the row beetle. It's a tiny beetle-like robot that runs on alcohol, developed at the University of Southern California. The row beetle can move across different surfaces and carry up to 2.6 times its own body weight. The robot is powered by methanol instead of batteries, freeing it from tethered power sources. Its muscle is a nickel titanium alloy wire covered in a platinum powder that catalyzes the combustion of methanol vapor into heat. The wire contracts from the heat and then extends again after the methanol fuel is gone, mimicking the contraction of biological muscles. Okay, so is it a robot, or is it just mimicking what a robot can do?
No, it's a robot.
Okay, robot beetle could be used in disaster relief. Row beetle only travels at about 0.05 body lengths per second, according to that bloke who worked on the project. They are looking into other chemicals such as propane, which could make the robot go even faster. The scientists feel that something like the row beetle could be used in small places to do things like inspecting infrastructure, assist in disaster relief, or drop pollen on flowers. Yang and team are also working on creating a robotic butterfly. Okay. There we go.
Right.
Because the thing I got from looking at that was the movement thing looks like it's pretty much automatic as the wire moves around, because the wire's contracting and moving. I'm guessing it pulls itself out of the methanol and then sort of cools down and goes back in. But then, yeah, the question is building all the stuff to control that you might want to make it to control the thing, make it move around where you want it to go.
Yeah. It's not a patch on what Boston Dynamics build, but hey, theirs can dance.
I remember back in the mid-90s going to a demonstration at a local Honda dealer of the Honda humanoid robot that could run up and down stairs and stuff.
Yeah.
Now, that was kind of pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I bet it was.
Fortunately, I was teaching at the local tech college, so I managed to wangle an invite to go over and see, because they were presenting it to schools and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was pretty amazing to watch back in. And of course, they got to the point where it didn't have an umbilical, so it was fully independent.
Yeah.
Okay, well that leads us on to tonight's topic, which is just whatever Wednesday, so it's not exactly in the right timeline, but I thought it was an interesting topic because we did do automaton type going right back to Leonardo and back in that time period. I thought, well, this one sort of just follows on a little bit. Okay, I need to grab that. Hopefully we'll get I should get rid of that. Can't get rid of that bit at the top. So, who pioneered robotics? Historical timeline about robotics. I think that's almost. I was going to say I thought that was from iRobot for a minute, but I think it's just an image.
Well, that film was a disappointment.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was going to be all about the Isaac Asimov iRobot, but no.
No. Okay. How much have we got? I don't think we've got a lot. We do have a little bit there. But it can follow on to a lot of modern what's the word for it? Innovations.
Yeah.
But this will just be a brief. Okay. What was this written? 2019. No, it's not that old. I'm sure they've advanced a little bit in the 3 years since this is written. Okay, we have evidence that mechanized human-like figures date back to ancient times to Greece. The concept of artificial man is found in works of fiction since the early 19th century. Despite these initial thoughts and representations, the dawn of robotic revolution began in earnest in the 1950s. George Devol invented the first digitally operated and programmable robot in 1954. This ultimately laid the foundation of the modern robotics industry. Earliest history. Around 270 BC, an ancient Greek engineer named Ctesibius made water clocks with automations or loose figures. Greek mathematician Archytas of Tarentum postulated a mechanical bird he called the pigeon, which was propelled by steam. Hero of Alexandria, 10 to 70 AD, made numerous innovations in the field of automata, including one that allegedly could speak. In ancient China, an account about an automaton is found in the text, written in the 3rd century BC, in which King Mu of Zhou is presented with a life-size, human-shaped mechanical figure by Yan Shi, an artificer. Artificer?
Artificer.
Artificer, okay.
Artificer.
It's still a job title used in the Royal Navy.
Yes.
Wow. And what does an artificer do?
They're very highly they were very highly qualified practical engineers. They would do ship construction, and they would be the senior non-commissioned engineering type people on a ship.
Okay. Whose turn is it now?
Yeah, I'll do a bit if you want.
Yeah.
Right then, where are we? Robotics theory and science fiction. Oh, cool. Writers and visionaries envisioned a world including robots in daily life. In 1818, Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein, which was about a frightening artificial life form come to life by a mad but brilliant scientist, Dr. Frankenstein. Yes, the monster never had a name, did it?
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody calls it Frankenstein. No, that was the doctor.
No, it's not the monster.
Then, 100 years later, the Czech writer Karel Čapek coined the term robot in his 1921 play called RUR, or Rossum's Universal Robots. The plot was simple and terrifying. The man makes a robot, then robot kills man. How many times have we seen that? In 1927, Fritz Lang's Metropolis was released. The machine dementia, the machine human, a humanoid robot, a female if I remember rightly, was the first robot ever to be depicted on film. Used later on in a Queen video, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe it did have certainly a female torso.
Yes. Science fiction writer and futurist Isaac Asimov first used the word robotics in 1941 to describe the technology of robots and predicted the rise of a powerful robot industry. Asimov wrote Runaround, a story about robots which contained the 3 laws of robotics, which centered around artificial intelligence ethics questions. Norbert Wiener published Cybernetics in 1948, which formed the basis of practical robotics, the principles of cybernetics based on artificial intelligence research. Right, the first robots emerge. British robotics pioneer William Gray Walter invented robots Elmer and Elsie that mimic lifelike behaviour using elementary electronics in 1948. They were tortoise-like robots that were programmed to find their charging stations once they started running low on power. In 1954, George Devol invented the first digitally operated and a programmable robot called the Unimate. In 1956, Devol and his partner Joseph Engelberger, sounds like a singer, formed the world's first robot company. In 1961, the first industrial robot, Unimate, went online in a General Motors automobile factory in New Jersey. Robot construction.
Timeline of computerized robotics. With the rise of the computer industry, the technology of computers and robotics came together to form artificial intelligence, robots that could learn. The timeline of those developments follows. Do we need to read all them out? May as well. Okay, the year 1959, computer-assisted manufacturing was demonstrated at the Servo Mechanisms Lab at MIT. 1963, the first computer-controlled artificial robotic arm was designed. The Rancho arm was created for physically disabled people. It had 6 joints that gave it the flexibility of a human arm. In 1965, the Dendril system automated the decision-making process and problem-solving behavior of organic chemists. It used artificial intelligence for identifying unknown organic molecules by analysing their mass spectra and using its knowledge of chemistry. 1968, the octopus-like tentacle arm was developed by Marvin Minsky. The arm was computer-controlled with its 12 joints were powered by hydraulics. 1969, the Stanford arm was the first electrically powered computer-controlled robot arm designed by mechanical engineering student Victor Scheinman. 1970, Shaky was introduced as the first mobile robot controlled by artificial intelligence. It was produced by SRI International. 1974, the Silver arm, another robotic arm, was designed to perform small parts assembly using feedback from touch and pressure sensors. 1979, the Stanford cart crossed a chair-filled room without human assistance. The cart had a TV camera mounted on a rail which took pictures from multiple angles and relayed them to a computer. The computer analysed the distance between the cart and the obstacles. Okay, modern robotics. Just finish that one off, Farmer, if you want.
Yeah. Commercial and industrial robots are now in widespread use, performing jobs more cheaply or with greater accuracy and reliability than humans. Robots are used for jobs which are too dirty, dangerous, or dull to be suitable for humans. Really, somebody tell bloody Amazon that. Robots are widely used in manufacturing, assembly and packing, transport, earth and space exploration, surgery, weaponry, laboratory research, and mass production of consumer industrial goods.
Yeah. There we go.
Oddly, Farmers, have you seen the latest Tom Scott video that was released yesterday?
No.
The questionable number of robots in the new Ocado food distribution centre.
I mean,
they built.
In all fairness, I just googled it and I could just see from the thumbnail. I could see what you mean. In all fairness, a lot of Amazon warehouses do use robotics, but there's still an awful lot of manual labour involved.
Yeah. That one's almost completely automatic. There's just at the moment still some items that are pretty near impossible for the system to pick up correctly.
Yeah.
Because they weigh too much and they're the wrong sort of shape.
Wow. That's,
the reason
but-
that sorry, Alan.
I was just 2,000 carts, but apparently they're not robots. They're just parts of a robot, because the whole thing is all controlled by one AI system.
Yeah.
Skynet has been launched.
Oh yes, it's only a matter of time. I for one would like to say a big hello and welcome to our new AI robotic overlords. I think you're wonderful. just putting that out there for the record. You know.
Well, what caught my attention for the topic was not so much its timeline. It's more to do with its practicality, in especially for employment and business, of how it's robotics and mechanisation has not taken away jobs, but especially in industry, where a lot of like you were saying about your Amazon, if you had Amazon went to the point of actually having robotics for the pick and pack section of it, well, that'll take that human factor out of it for the picking and packing.
Yeah, but I can see the advantage of having robotics and automation, because the one thing it does improve is quality control. I mean, if you've got machines that are programmed, you know, each workstation, if you look, say, at a car assembly line, each workstation has got, you know, a set number of roles it has to fulfill. And obviously, with it all being computer controlled, then that machine, that robot, will just keep doing the same thing precisely over and over and over again. And as long as the machine's working, and as long as the computer code's not corrupted in any way, it will just keep doing that. Whereas, of course, if you've got blokes standing there doing it, you know, they start getting tired. They might get distracted. He's having a chat with his mate, and he doesn't, you know, he puts this bit in slightly wrong or something, and that has umpteen knock-on effects down the line. And yeah, you can see why. And of course, the speed as well. These things can just keep going and going and going and going, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A bit like Amazon tried to do. You can see why business use them.
Yeah.
Just for the mundane things, let alone populating an entire planet with robots.
And also speed, efficiency, and safety, like with the car industry, with the automation of the robots that manufacture the cars. In the day of it, people having to put those panels into those big presses and things like
Correct.
that, where the safety factors, like, you know, almost gone completely with the robotics section.
Yeah, because there's nobody there.
Yeah. I mean, talking about the speed of robots, I mean, you know that a robot can make 1,000 mistakes in the same time it takes a human to make only one mistake.
There is that.
Well, the benefits, like, I don't know, they outweigh the practical side of certain things. Like even with even doing your basic mundane chores of vacuuming, like we've got those little vacuum cleaners that can run around your house and do your vacuuming while you're not home, and I think other things that can be automated in your house too, but we haven't quite got there yet. We haven't got a person that can cook your dinner like an actual physical robot. I know they've been developing those type of robots for personal use or other types of companionship, so we say.
Yeah.
Other types of companionship. Aha. We're now speaking of the battery-operated boyfriend, I believe.
I'll be quite happy if I never ever have to pick any of them again, ever.
Yeah,
but they're not complaining.
But they're not autonomous, though. They don't think for themselves.
Not yet. Give it time. Oh dear. Yeah, but you think just where we've sent well, depends how you define a robot, but certainly there's plenty of them on Mars. I mean, all of those rovers I've got up there, all you can do is send them instructions and let them get on with it.
Yeah, but that's not a complete autonomy, though, isn't it? That they're not thinking for themselves, unless we
Not completely. I mean, I think certainly the latest American rover and probably the one before that, I think they had problem-solving abilities to a degree, but they weren't completely autonomous. Yeah, they are still, I guess, running off programs, and you have to send them sort of software updates to say, right, we want you to move over here and go and look at that. But you tell it what to do, and it gets on with it. Quite how autonomous that is, I don't know. Maybe that's up to question, but I think there's a degree of it.
And what about?
It's not like somebody sitting here steering it, because you can't.
That was going to be my next thing to do with steering, was these autonomous cars that self-drive.
Yeah.
They're just programmed with set instructions to do A and B. If A happens, well, you do B.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, that's what it boils down to, yeah.
I'm just fiddling around with a few things here. I can sort something out.
I think it's a little bit harder than that, considering that these driverless cars are having to drive on roads with humans driving cars too.
Yes. Yeah, but it's a horrendously complicated bit of software they've got to run, and the sensors and everything. But it's what it boils down to. If A, then B.
Yeah. It's a shame as humans we don't drive that well.
Oh, I don't know, some of us do. No, you're right, actually, no.
Yeah, the trouble is that, like, sometimes you can end up in a situation where, as a human, you can get away with doing something because you're pretty sure what the other person's going to do.
Yeah.
But sometimes I wonder how well these autonomous vehicles would deal with being put in the position of you doing that to them instead of a human driver.
Yeah.
And of course, as a human, you have the advantage at a lot of places. For example, it's knowing the light time. If it's a regular route, knowing the light timings.
Yes.
So that you can arrange to arrive at the lights at the right point, if you're lucky.
Yes, and I don't know whether it's changed, but in days of old, knowing that as you drove through Cambridge and came down to the end of Station Road and wanted to turn right, those particular lights only stayed green for 4 seconds, which is just long enough for the idiot in front of you to go, handbrake. I'll put it in gear. Oh, they've changed again.
I'll take it back out of gear and put the handbrake back on.
That's it. Yeah. And then when you've done that for the second time, why is that driver behind me looking like he's getting very irate? Yeah. Stop doing that. Just leave it in gear. You've only got 4 seconds.
Matt's saying there is a small amount of autonomy with the Perseverance, with its hazardous avoidance system, I suppose. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it does. It pretty much goes where it's told, but it's then down to Perseverance to get there. Go over here, okay, and avoidance systems and stuff like that. It has to work that out itself. Because at the very best, I think when Mars is closest, it's still 20 minutes or something it takes for the signal to get there.
I thought it was sort of 16-ish at best.
Something like that. I mean, you just can't. I mean, if you want a demonstration of how difficult it is to control something even closer, just look at their attempts to film the ascent stage of the lunar module taking off on Apollo 15 and 16. And that's a signal there and back time of a second and a half. They had 3 goes at it, and they only got it right on Apollo 17. Because there was a chap on the ground was controlling the camera on the lunar rover. They'd parked it a sufficient distance away. They said, wouldn't it be good if we could film you taking off from the moon's surface? And it only worked on Apollo 17 because that was the 3rd attempt at trying to account for the time lag. And that's just between the Earth and the moon. I mean, that's, a second and a half.
Yeah, well, they filmed all of them taking off. They just managed to only get one of them to stay in the
exactly
frame.
Yes it was all down to and he was panning that camera up, I think almost on guesswork, wasn't it? I don't think he could actually see when he was controlling it. He couldn't see what he was filming. Well, not very accurately anyway.
Yeah, no, you would literally have to. I suppose what they could do at Mission Control is based on the countdown, have an indicator then of where it should be based on the physics of the launch.
Yeah.
So that he can then pan the camera while keeping that graphic in the center.
Of course, it wouldn't even be a concern today with today's software and today's capabilities. The camera itself would have tracked the module ascending with no input required from anybody.
Of course, they didn't have that in 1972.
No. No, it would do that. Yeah, it's simple today to do. Well, what my tracker software does when it looks at the damn laser dot and follows it around. You could easily do it today, but not with 1969 technology. It just didn't happen.
Just look at what Astronomy Live could do for those.
Yeah. Little human intervention from time to time is a pretty good thing. Total autonomy is not something I'm all that interested in. I mean, you can call a lot of things a robot. The thing in the refrigerator that makes ice is a robot. That's all it does all day. Make ice, right? I don't want that thing deciding when to make ice. That's not a decision process that needs to be involved in.
Yeah, but what if you can get one that gets your beer for you when you want one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the definition of robotics. I mean, the hospital I was working on in Birmingham a few years back, they'd got some surgery robots, they called them. I think they're made by Da Vinci, and the theory is that it's all to do with like keyhole surgery. And the patient lying down in this thing, and there are 4 arms, and the surgeon doesn't touch the patient. He controls it all remotely. And actually, the main controller wouldn't have looked out of place running a PlayStation. It was that sort of 2-handed joysticks sort of controls pad thing. And he's watching it all on screens. And in theory, he could have done that from the other side of the world. You could have a surgeon in Australia performing surgery on somebody in the UK. And the surgeon doesn't put his hands anywhere near the patient. It's all done, remotely, and they called it a robot, but of course it's just an extension of the human surgeon.
Okay. Now I'm just answering DMs. I've got people like Wally sends me stuff. I'm shill to you, Wally. Okay, we'll have a look and see if we've got. Where are we? You know who? See if he's got anything out lately. I'll share it in here before I share it out there. Okay.
Oh, good-o.
Uh,
I must go and put the kettle on.
yeah,
I was
know,
just
me-
drinking then, Terry. You nearly got me to splatter all over the mouse, over the trackball and keyboard.
Actually, I need to go and put the kettle on and empty the washing
Oh,
machine.
you mean
but
I
yeah.
should do Blue's thing with keep away from the keyboard?
Oh, just don't show us that. To scare us. Scary.
Scary monsters.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit monotonous with this guy. We're gonna have to. I think we might have to find somebody else.
Well, it is. The problem is, I'd say it was the same old nonsense. I mean, I've no doubt it isn't, but it is all just nonsense. It's almost like a human random word generator.
Well, he's got this one. Flat Earth creation model explained. He's got part 2 of it there. But which part? Like, he gives the title for the video, I think, after he uploads it, and then he doesn't talk about the title very much in the.
No. No, well, I think he just talks about whatever comes into his head, and that's a completely random process by the looks of it.
And I noticed that he puts bullet points all over his whiteboard of bits and pieces, and then he reads them and goes, "Okay, does that jog me memory of what I was thinking about when I wrote it?"
Yeah. But he rarely refers to them. And usually his title has nothing to do with what he actually talks about.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, the title might as well say, "Today I'm going to make some blancmange." He's not going to do that. You know he's not going to do that, you know.
Yeah.
But only one of them is 2713.
Yeah,
That's true.
This one's 27.
Oh, sorry, was that
That's his first
That is
one.
the only one that's
that one is that is
Part
the other
2,
ones are
18.
18, 26, 28, 24, 29, 1003.
And then that one's 26. So we do.
Yeah.
If it's got Flat Earth written in it, we'll see if he's anything to do with his model. So we'll look at the first one here, that one. Yeah, I'll look at that one.
Maybe sped it up.
I will. I'll get to all that.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah, speed it up so he speaks at a normal speed.
Well, I don't know. Do you reckon we should go to 1.5 or 1.25?
125 makes him sound completely normal, I think,
Yeah.
rather than his usual really.
How can you make him sound
slow.
normal by speeding him
I was
enough?
going to say, how can you make it sound normal?
I didn't say anything about the word, the words he was saying. It just makes him sound like he's speaking at a normal,
Yes.
I'm trying
in a
to.
normal manner, rather than.
Come on, Alan, worm your way out of it.
actually
Come on, you'll get it.
He's nearly as bad. He's nearly as bad as a YouTuber called Paul Harrell.
Well, we're going to have to start searching around for somebody else to grab. There has to be somebody else out there.
Is it that time already?
1 o'clock, just about.
Right,
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
2 minutes
shit.
too.
Yeah, guess we forgot to take them the first thing. Guess we forgot to take them at 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah? Wonder who.
Oh no, I didn't. I opened the wrong bloody pack.
Okay. And we've got
Well,
it set to 1.25.
Let's tear the duct tape off and get on with it.
Okay. That 4-letter P word.
Press play, Terry.
I'd like to run over a few things regarding the creation story with our flat Earth and how everything works. Did the video just recently, but didn't showing a few things here, but I didn't quite get it right because I wasn't focusing on what I'm about to talk about now. I was just trying to do some examples, referring to some other matter. So I'll just run over that again, and we'll just run through the creation story, because I've just found a little bit of information lately that sort of verifies things. And a big announcement today, I'll get straight into it right this minute, is that the southern sky, this is our flat Earth model, right, if you haven't seen it. This is the centre Earth vortex. In here, all the cultures knew about, because that's where the tree of life is. It's basically a vortex. Here, a turning, rotating vortex. And this centre vortex creates our whole realm. We only live in this part of the donut. So picture a donut with a hole in the middle. We don't see the hole in the middle, that's the non-physical. We're in our physical, perceived physical zone out here. Well, here are all the stars. Everything is in there turning. So we all know the Polaris rotation, sky star trail rotation. That is projected out here into the southern sky. That comes right out to here. Then you have the gap of the celestial tropics. And then we have our nighttime. This is more straight through here. These tend to curve like that as they come up to here. This is where we see Orion's belt come through. 3 beautiful straight lines, dead straight. They do not curve. You'll find all the stars curving here though. Well, that image in there is the same image out here, except it's upside down. It's flipped. It's the parabolic reflection. The concave mirror will flip the image. That's what I'm declaring today. And my friend on No Fanfare site, Australian chap, he confirms all this. And I've just read, you'll find it mentions in Isaiah 24:1, upside down. You read the myth. If you can find the right mythological story concerning the Maoris in New Zealand, there's Rangi and Papa and Rangi. And they're representing the earth and the sky being separated, just like the Egyptian story of Jeb, or Jeb, the earth, representing the earth, because that's people, earth and people, life, being separated by Shu, standing there with his hands up like this, representing the centre vortex, supporting Nut, whatever you want to pronounce it, the sky goddess Nut. The Maoris have the similar story. They have, this is the thing with all religions and myths, they all get intertwined, interchangeable, and they're all riddles based on riddles. And most people aren't getting the riddles. They don't see the riddles. They just read the story literally and forget the riddle. Just like in the Bible, it's all the same. It's all riddle. You've got to think. You've got to seek and you shall find. If you're not seeking, you're just an average guy. They're not going to reveal all the secrets. You have to be in search spiritually with here, heart and mind. So in the Maori myth, we have Papa and Rangi. So one of them is the earth and one of them is the sky, depending on which story you're reading. But here's the trick, you see. If you don't know the system, you won't know the trick. You won't see it. You will. It's basically depicting earth and the sky, but also the two skies, north and south. And when they mention turning,
Matt, did anyone read what Matt put in there? He's a Lindsay virgin.
you see,
Oh my God, where's he
Papa,
been?
one of them was, the story goes, he's emotional because of the separation, him or her, and so he shed
And we're sorry, Matt.
his tears.
Yeah.
And you'll find the average guy will just interpret that as dew. But we know, if you know my creation story, it's all atmospheric moisture.
Wait a minute, he's not seen this guy before. Hasn't he been watching my live streams? So I'm going to have to take his spanner off him for that.
That all got up there, but I'll go through that from the lowering of the sea and the heat from the sun, atmospheric moisture. But in the Maori mythological story, there's a nice picture there. I don't know how far back in time it goes, but they've drawn these, like, I don't know how they're trying to represent it, but it's like this. But they're basically representing the rising of moisture from the sea. to create the atmospheric pressure layers up here in the firmament. This is what we get here, the 7 layers of the firmament, different gaseous layers. The water's separated from the waters.
What? Different gaseous layers? I thought the atmosphere was just... Oh, okay.
What's up here, separated from the sea. That's another part of the story. But there, you know, the average guy will just read, oh, it's representing dew, but no, it's atmospheric moistures and the layers and everything. So this is what you have to bear in mind. It's representing the 2 skies, and there's 2 skies mentioned in Egyptology as well, namely the Book of the Dead. They talk about the 2 skies, and my whole model over the last 18 months shows the 2 skies and how everything works. So our southern rotation out here are the same stars as what's in there, except they're upside down. And you've got to understand what parabolic reflection does. And the parabola, it will send an image away from there, centralize it here, and this is where you'll get your rotation and your horizon. Everyone has their own rotation, no matter where they're looking out south. No matter where you are on Earth, you will see your rotation directly in line from north to south in your horizon. The guy next to you, either west or east, will see the same rotation, but it'll be slightly, it would have moved more. Because the southern rotation not only rotates like this, it wanders off this way. So a star will be tracked in this big curve, and it will go all the way around the Earth. So if you've got a ship or a plane and could go 1,000 miles an hour and follow the star, you would see it going west all the way, winding. It will basically pick one out here somewhere. It will wind all the way around into about here somewhere, and then it starts winding back out again to end up exactly where it was the night before. That's when then you get the spiral effect going on.
I think the only
It'll
winding
like
is
Fibonacci golden ratio, whatever.
energy winding us
So
up.
it's like this, and then it comes out again, because that's how it works. When you've got a vortex, a reflection of a concave image back in here, reflected on this other parabolic image you'll get because of the curving, this curving of the southern sky. So you're not only getting one parabolic image from this,
I think Matt's already figured it out.
these 2 symmetrical curves, a mirror image. You're getting an effect from this parabola back this way. The science knows all about this. They figured all this out way back in the 60s. So they know, and why are they looking and searching all that stuff out? Because they know all this stuff. It's like
60s.
Einstein knew all this stuff way back at the turn of the century. This is why they start coming out with flipping mathematical equations to try and
Is that an
nullify
arbitrary? Is that just an arbitrary time period, just the 60s? Is it?
any flat earth theory. It's all explained. So there you have it. There's other places in ancient texts that will talk about the upside downness. But like I say, it's all riddle form. No one's reading it. No one's seeing it. They're just reading word for word literally, ignoring the secrets, missing the secrets. So everything in our realm is all created back in here. Science knows the black holes in the Milky Way. What's on the horizon of the Milky Way? The sun. You see the sun in the Milky Way. It's out there, set in the middle, a big glare. But no, astronomers, scientists are all totally ignorant, brain dead, born into darkness until they wake that up. Until you wake the third eye up, you'll never see it. You don't know anything. Just believe everything you're told. And everything is based on resonating frequencies. All the resonating frequencies are formed in this big giant vortex down in the centre, down through the Milky Way in the centre where the black hole is. The sounds, we don't hear them all, do we? No, we hardly hear anything. But it's all frequency based. And all those frequencies create our whole physical world because everything is based on resonating frequencies. Like this. They try to tell you that light is 300,000 miles an hour or something. What is it? Per second, I don't know.
No.
In a waveform. Well, everything
Wrong,
comes from the
Lindsay.
black hole. It's forever coming out. It's sound, it's frequencies. So this waving or vibrating, that's what's happening. It's just continuously flowing out, blue shift to red shift. So light is always here.
As long as he doesn't start making those other terrible noises he did on the last video.
The frequency of light is always here. It just depends on the amplitude of your light system. If you turn a light on, the frequency is already here. So it just depends on the power of that your light system as to how far it's going to go. Something else important I was going to mention, just slipped my mind in.
Something else. Something else.
Um,
Something else important.
Okay.
We've watched every single one of the episodes, Lindsay. We're still waiting.
what I was going to talk about, frequency, everything based on frequencies. Resonating, everything has its own resonating frequency. And this is the meaning to life, the magic. Every man has his own resonating frequency. And this is what takes you back to Hindu meditation and all that.
Well, women don't have it, just the man. Okay.
For yoga, vibration. This is what we
Thank
need
God
to
it's
do.
flat said. Rewind it, start from the beginning. Why did you miss the start of it?
You do your
Flat?
ohms, the vibrations. Just like that, you'll start belching up. You're cleansing yourself, and it relaxes you. You know, the great gurus, they'll totally relax because they're doing all their meditation during the day. It keeps them down, keeps them relaxed, keeps them soothed. Not hypo. Keeps them down. And this is the trick. And if you find your own resonating frequency, boom, and the stars have aligned because they've got the same frequency. You have to find that frequency. And it's to do with your conception. Where the stars are aligned.
Oh, it's just
there is a monthly
rambling
system
today.
What? Stars are aligned. Okay. Is that figuratively or literally?
He's just rambling from one thing to another, and they're just not related at all. Oh man!
No, your resonant frequency is not aligned, Paul.
The Santos, anyway, there's a month. It happens every
No,
month.
obviously not.
I can't be sure on that.
Oh, now
really,
Wally's saying
you
you
need to
can
wait.
start.
I think you need to wait for your divine alignment and really open the third eye. But it's about having this and this prepared, ready, when that time comes. Otherwise, maybe you can do it maybe it's there every month, because basically it's because the woman has her monthly cycle, or the man has his too. Apparently, that it's the oil that can flow through the system. This is what Santos was saying.
But we have our monthly cycle, do we?
And so if you're
What?
Did he just reference that Nutter Santos?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
if you're in the right frequency, then it will happen. But you have to have you've got to be in the right place up here mentally, open-minded, totally relaxed. It's been the state of rest. That's what it's all about. So everything has its own resonating frequency. Everything in our physical world is resonating to a frequency.
What?
So that keeps my model.
Laugh out loud. When was I conceived, Dad?
I was shown the other day. I'm doing it a bit clearer now. This is how it works. So all that is back inside the Milky Way. It's what the real ring of fire is around the sun. It's where the planets. It's like this. These are your planets. They're all on their track. It doesn't change. The track doesn't change.
Is that the sky?
Only this magnetic field. Well, it's the moon going down around
I
there.
think so.
But it's in the vortex. The magnetic vortex goes like this. That's what changes the season. It's not only doing this, it's going around. So imagine winding up a spring, coming back down the spring. Winding up the spring, coming back down the spring. But at the same time, it's coming out like this. It's not just a straight up and down spring. It's just, you've got this shape to consider. But maybe
I think you lost
when you stay
yourself
on
there.
those tracks, it's just tilting like this.
I think you did that several years
The sun
ago.
goes round, the season changes, it goes round. So
And he never found himself again.
Is that a butt?
I mean, come-
Is that a butt with the frequency in it? I don't know. Wally, jeez.
imagine that
What's
right
the
back in the
frequency,
centre around
Kenny?
the sun. There's the sun. The sun is on the horizon of the black hole. The black hole being circular, but the sun added to it creates the elliptic shape. So from our perspective, we think, well, science thinks all these planets are doing elliptic shapes because the sun moving.
How does Lindsay know that a black hole's circular?
How does he know any of this?
Oh.
Is that to look as though they're doing elliptics because they want you to think the sun's not moving, but this turns 24/7. All this turns, the whole thing turns because it's all based on the black hole spin. It's all centrifugal forces, but held in a tight magnetic field, which is the total vortex. It's been blasted out, but held in. It's like this magnetic field pushing up like this. But at the same time, this magnetic field, this pressure is holding us in. We can't get out. And everything's in there. Science knows that to form plasma has to be in a tight magnetic field. So right in the centre here, so here are the planets on their tracks. It's circular. You put it on an angle out there, it starts to look a bit different in our eyes. But as long as you realise it's the sun that's turning 24 hours. That's your 360 degrees, that's your 24-hour day. There's a 1 minute variation between the planets, the background stars, which are all out here. You've got all these background stars.
What are background stars, Lindsay?
It's like shrapnel from the Big Bang, because the sun is the bang, the spark. And of course when you get a Big Bang, you get an electromagnetic pulse, bang. We're in the pulse. And you're left with a vortex. You get a vortex to it, a Big Bang. Background stars. They're all 4 minutes. Slower, they'd like to say quicker. They're trying to tell us they're quicker than the sun.
How did you know the Big Bang went
Nothing's
bang,
quicker than the
Lindsay?
sun. All the energy stuff.
No, not bang, bang.
The sun will leave those behind. But the 4 minute difference, or 1 degree, is it? Yeah, per day. That's the seasonal change. So you have the tilting of the sun for the seasons in the magnetic field. At the same time, the spiraling background star, the vortex, is winding up. So you've got the sun in there doing this, changing. So you're getting a variation between the sun and the stars. So you've got that going on. But over the centuries, you do get this winding up effect, which is the Great Precession, the Great Year, moving around.
We get a winding up every 27 minutes and 13 seconds, you know, Lindsay. Sometimes.
And that all goes back to my obelisk video of the centre of creation. In religion, it tells us that the earth is supported by the 4 columns. The 4 columns being so we bring the obelisk into 4 sides of the obelisk. Our whole realm is based on celestial movements.
Bake cakes, I'd like to see a timestamp of that assumption.
You have to realise our whole realm is not physical. It's like a thought. In the beginning was thought, somewhere along the line, say something like that. There was a thought. And our brains are fractals of Earth. All is imagined. We're all in some big, massive dream, but we're all connected.
We're only dreaming.
And the whole realm is just supported. This is what it says. Support on the 4 columns. That's what it means. Supported from the centre here. It's just a magnetic realm. Electromagnetic pulse, whatever. A thought, memory.
Whatever.
So,
Yeah, whatever.
This is how it works. So the sun's turning this way.
Yeah, just pick one. Just pick one, Paul.
It catches up to planets. It'll catch up to the moon. Like I said in the previous video, the sun will just stay there and turn, and the moon goes up and down every month. And the sun comes around, grabs the moon, and takes it for 2.2 days into new moon. This is the moon coming up, sun comes around, grabs it, the moon goes into the sun like that, dissolves, goes negative. It's negative up to the sun, positive down to the earth. So as the sun's turning this way, now the moon is coming into the face of the sun. Oh no, that's not right. That's from the other day.
Yeah, rub it out.
The moon, so they're all going together, but the sun's slightly quicker. So the moon's going this way and it comes in behind the sun. Once it's in behind the sun, there's your full moon. It's behind the sun, but it's down here. So this sun will be looking that way. But this is full moon. The sun's looking that way. The new moon comes into its face that way. So it's turning.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna work.
They're coming up. Come up. They're coming up. And the sun turns into it. The sun turns into it. Okay? So now the sun's turning away. It's come out of. Well, here's new moon here. New moon. So I've still drawn that wrong. So you'd have new moons right in its face here.
Yeah, we know you've drawn it wrong.
So as it turns, it comes out first at new moon. When you see a crescent, so the sun's turning, and you'll see the crescent like this. The sun is on this side, right? That's always the cold side. That's the opposite side to the sun. Science wants you to think it's up there and the sun is highlighting the moon.
Did you just say
Well,
the
it is
cold
highlighting
side?
But it's not creating the light because there's all energy out here. It's all full of energy. The sun is in many places. It's always there, but only seen in one. Now you understand that? Full moon is the back of the
No,
sun.
I can't disagree with you there with the sun.
So
The sun's always there.
light is the non-physical.
Like what was
So
that
as the-
one
as
with
the sun
Riley?
keeps
You said
moving around,
there's
So the quicker
an
the moon's coming
eclipse
out more and
somewhere.
more, but the further the sun gets
Aviation.
away from the moon, the more
Yeah, he
skin
said there's
the moon will
a
form.
solar eclipse
It's
on
getting cooler as the
every
sun's
month.
getting further away. That's the way you can.
But we don't see it
So
every
you
month
think
because
of it.
sometimes they happen over the ocean.
So that's all squashed back in here. And we see the amplified image. So you can imagine this blown up, amplified right out. So you get that there, you get it way out here. We see it way out here.
Oh, you mean it's not to scale, Lindsay?
Full moon if the sun was facing the opposite direction. A full moon.
Sorry, Flo.
Full moon if the sun's facing that way. The Egyptians have left us everything. Now, the firmament,
Just the
all the
Egyptians.
different atmospheric
The
layers.
Gaishan side.
Even the Hindus, the Indians, and the Bhagavan system, their god system. They have the 7 elevations here, and they've in one of their systems they describe it with the birds, the different heights of the birds. They have their what do they have? Common crow, whooper swan, alpine. Well, we've got birds that fly the rupals, griffin, vulture, 37,000 feet. Common crow, 33,000 feet. Bar-headed goose, 29,000. Whooper swan, 27,000. Alpine troughs, 26,500. Bearded vulture, 24,000, 21,000. Andean condor, 15,000 feet. This is why we always have the eagle in the Egyptian myths, because it's just showing you the highest elevation. This is where we need to go. This is how you bring your system up, your chakras, your resonating frequencies have to come right up here, and this is the higher zone, highest. It's all about that, raising your frequencies. So in Egypt we have the 3 pyramids, right? This Khafre, Khufu is the moon pyramid. Sun, the center is Khafre. Then you have Mercury, that represents Mercury, the smaller one. And so Mercury is basically the black sun, because you could say Rahu.
What about the other pyramids? There's more than 3.
Because it has to align up with these two to create the solar eclipse. Now the way I have it is Mercury should come between here, but I haven't gone too deep into it. But it could be on the other side of the sun. So there's the sun here. You'll have what do we got? Mercury first, yeah. Mercury maybe there, and the new moon in the face here. But off the top of my head, I'm saying it's
Moon's
here.
past Mercury now.
Because the moon's outside the planets, just outside the planets, because it comes across the planets as the harmonic oscillator.
What?
That's for feeding the energy, playing the tunes.
There you go.
Oh, just
Wow.
just as it was getting interesting.
Yeah.
Not a moment too soon, I would say.
Did I catch him saying that the moon's outside the planets?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I did hear that.
Just like the sun's inside the black hole, Terry, you know.
Yeah. What about the back of the sun?
Yeah.
What, the dark side?
Yeah, the dark side of the sun, yeah.
He is completely bonkers, isn't he?
He is.
Utterly hat stand.
I can see he's gone down all that woo crystal, chakras, all that type of vein.
He obviously has no other significant other that's going to walk past while he's doing this and say, stop all this bullshit like CC.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of the. What are you doing in the kitchen? Oh, Andy Woods just joined. Who is this guy? Well, he's Lindsay.
And actually tell you all you need to know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you can make sense out of Lindsay, let us know.
Yeah. Feel free. Feel free.
For sure.
You've got a spot on the panel.
Because we haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've always got room for somebody to try to interpret Lindsay.
That that pregnant pause with Lindsay, though, at the point where he realized that even in his twisted mind, something is fucked up beyond all reason.
Yeah.
Just, that's
If it doesn't make sense to Lindsay, we've got no hope.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
We don't want Wally yet. I'll put Wally away.
Yeah, you can't debunk Lindsay because there is not enough sense in what he says to be able to debunk it.
Correct.
I've tried. I've thought about it. I've listened to a lot of Lindsay trying to think of a way to do a debunk, and it wouldn't make any sense. It's so broken. I mean, you'd have to fix it completely to even start.
Well, just his model alone is something that'll give you a headache to try to debunk. Just the actual donut. With the toroidal field and apohelium and perihelium and all sorts of crap. And the planets in front of the moon.
Yeah. The snake or the crocodile in the Milky Way in the vortex.
And I was trying to figure out if he was trying to imply that we've got different gases at different layers, like what we got, helium and argon and all the rest of the gases at different layers or something, or I don't know what he was implying for that one. Like the heavier gases are down here and we're breathing the heaviest gases.
Yeah, I mean, when the pilots hit the helium lab, because they start talking like this, and then
What's that hexafluoride, whatever you call it, gas, the one that makes you talk deep voice? Alright, what are we up to now? How long have we been going?
$18 No, wait, I gotta refresh my screen.
Okay. Oh, thanks,
101
Andy.
minutes.
We've got a fresh face there, Andy. Your spanner cost a sub, Andy. Okay, I'll get rid of that one.
You've picked up a few, Terry. You're at 505.
Oh, 505. Okay, I'm getting closer to me 500 sub special. Yes, sulfur hexafluoride.
That's it.
That's the one. I knew it was hexafluoride something. What do I usually do now? I forgot.
The quiz. Don't we usually do that really, really easy quiz? Where
Oh yeah, that really, really simple quiz that I can answer all the questions. It's just with the first word. Paul's just got to put the first word of the first clue, and I've got the answer straight away.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's it. And I'm just waiting
That's
for
the
all the
one.
rest of everyone to
Alright.
catch up.
This one.
Right.
Oh, did they guess the scientist, mathematician, whoever it was? Pierre
They
Simon.
did. Yeah,
Okay.
almost straight away. M2M got it. Yeah.
Ah.
Pierre Simon Laplace.
Oh, Matt got it. Okay. How did he get it?
Because he
Mhm.
Googled it.
He's not meant to say he Googled it. That's you don't let on if you cheat.
Yeah, but he actually admitted that.
Oh, jeez. Well, Matt, you're never going to learn if you admit you've cheated.
Aye.
So the easy quiz, number 38.
The easy quiz, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You all ready?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And I'm ready to type in the right chat box.
Cool.
Yeah, how come no one
Yep.
tags Alan out in the peanut gallery for some reason?
Well, I just have to do.
All right.
Okay, we got the new. Does the
Here we
new
go.
guy know the rules? Andy?
Oh, there are rules, are there?
Is there? Well, you type your answer out in the peanut gallery, the ones that are out in the peanuts.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he can't type them in here because he's not here.
No, you
So
can't
he
do
has to
that.
type them in the peanut gallery,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
That's right. Are you joined with my Discord,
Yeah.
Andy? I'll have to find out about that. When you're ready, Paul.
All right. So you need two names for this question.
Oh.
One of these people gifted the other a copy of Macbeth, in which he Don Quixote.
Blimey.
So there's two people. I need two names. Who are these two people?
Well, I've heard of Macbeth, and I've heard of Don Quixote.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't help.
No.
Doesn't help? Okay, I'll give you another one then. A virtual reality installation allowing visitors to explore one of these artists' paintings is located in an exhibit dedicated to them called Architects of the Imagination. No, Irish Stewart's not Johnny Depp. Have no idea?
No.
Going by the answers, I don't think that
No.
anyone's got a clue.
Okay. Okay. A collaboration by these people was described as, by one of them, as a magical exposition of life in the labyrinth of time, and by the other as boy meets girl. Two people were after. Yeah.
I kind of got one name, but
You're correct, Alan. You do have one of the names. Who is the other one? You're halfway there. No, Farmers. Again, you've got one of the
Right,
names
yeah,
right,
yeah.
not the other one.
From those three, you're going to get one of them,
Not
but
Charlie Sheen.
it's the other bugger.
yeah.
Thank God it's flat. You've got one name, so you just need the other one. Okay, that film showed a bass player watching turtles carrying parade floats, as well as a woman wearing a dress made from a bell's shadow. That's kind of what one of these people would into, that kind of image.
Sorry, Paul. I didn't
Right.
really. Couldn't
Guys,
quite
you've got
understand.
half. You've got the Dali half.
There we go.
Randolph Richardson. All right, another clue coming up. In that film, Kronos was in love with a woman in a dead land.
You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah.
Still know who it is? No. Clearly they've got moustaches. Okay. The film Destino was released by one artist, Roy, with the 2000 version of another work. Not Picasso. The person is not Picasso. That artist was referred to as a great American surrealist, but the other in a letter to Andre Breton, possibly referred to his Alice in Wonderland animated shorts.
No.
Come on, Dali and who? Dali and? Name these two mustachioed artists who respectively created The Pursuits of Memory and Fisher. Come on, you've got to get it now.
Oh, okay. Wasn't
Can you get it in the internal first?
yeah, I am. Nah.
Not Doctor Who, not Doctor. Big Blue has it, yeah, as well as Terry got the person, but Blue has both of them. Come on, Peanuts. You need a picture.
So obviously it's that one and the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one and the other one. Yeah. So I got one. Blue got. Who got the other one? You got the other one. Farmer got one.
Yeah.
No, Alan got one.
I got Dali, and then I did put.
I have no sure either.
I then did put Walt Disney down just after Big Blue wrote.
You're right.
I know I didn't put Dali again because,
Yeah.
typing.
Yeah, I figured that out too.
Yeah. So apparently they collaborated. There you go.
Wow.
I had no
Many
idea.
people knew that. Hey?
I had absolutely no idea that Dali had done stuff for Disney.
You're like, I couldn't get Dali out of anything except for Fantasia.
Yeah.
For Disney.
Yeah.
That one was down to the wire. That one, Paul.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Almost didn't go off that one.
Yeah.
A man who achieved pioneering feat in this activity over the course of 1,000 hours in 1809 was named Robert Barcaldus and was nicknamed the celebrated performer of this activity. What is this activity?
Okay. You're lagging behind by the time the clue comes up internally. And you're lagging behind. You're lagging in your voice too, so
Okay.
your internet must be screwing up.
Okay.
So,
Could be anything.
an activity.
Not swallowing, no. All right, second clue. From Bordeaux, named Jean-Albert Dada, massively engaged in this activity. Exemplify and discussed in a 1998 book by Anne Hang. What is this activity? Not ping. No. It's not ping pong. Not painting. Another clue. The PERS system is used to audit environments for how amenable they are to this activity. No idea yet. Okay. It's not skiing, but the Norfolk variety of this activity is formed using poles. Come on, it's getting easier now.
Yeah, when you're asking the question, the clue doesn't come up straight away. I mean, sorry, when you say the clue.
Are you looking at the stream or are you looking at Discord?
I don't look I don't look at the stream. I look at the. I'm in Zoom.
Zoom. Yeah, there's quite a lag.
Okay. We have a correct answer out in the peanuts.
Okay. Never heard of them.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. Oh, that answer. Okay. If it's that one.
It's not cycling, but neighbourhoods that promote this physical activity are favoured by new urbanist designs. Come on, internal chat, you know it. Name this activity performed by... Come on, that's got to be easy.
Blue. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Big Blue is right. Walking. Walking.
Yeah.
Walking is in fact correct answer. Walking. Okay.
I went by what
Ludwig Fleck. You right, Terry?
I said I went by what Carl said.
Yep.
Yeah.
Question for... Yeah, okay. Ludwig Fleck wrote an influential study of the genesis and development of one of these things. It's a thing we're after. What is this thing? Who was Ludwig Fleck?
Yeah, Carl got it right, Randolph.
Yeah, he did.
What the fleck?
Fleck. A book named after one of these things consists of an essay about suicide in Las Vegas entitled What Happens There, with commentary by Jim Fingal, the left and right columns. The processing of these things is discussed in a book that analyzes these things. Is it a case of tree? Programs will understand what that means.
Well, because you robot a little bit, we'll have to wait till the clue
Not churches, not buildings. Oh, did I robot just then?
No, you've been roboting most of the time when you're reading the clues out.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. That's why I said we have to wait till the clue comes out to hear what you were saying. I've got no idea where this question's going.
No. Okay. E.H. Carr's What is History distinguishes between historical examples of these things and these of the past. Not machine code, not programming languages, not prisons, not churches. Come on, it's something that you argue about with flat earthers all the time.
There's a lot of things we
Clue.
argue about with the flat Earth.
12, yeah. A 2012 John D'Agata book is named for the life of one of these things. Not clocks. Something that flat earthers have difficulty comprehending.
Oh, God's teeth.
Steve Woolgar and Bruno Tour's laboratory lies about the construction of these things. Not planetary motion, not sundials. When these cannot be explained, they are described by the adjective brute. Morsels? No, not satellites, not stars. I'll give you a hint. It starts with F.
Ah,
It's a 5-letter word. Not forces. No,
well, that's 6 letters.
that's 6 letters. Values are often distinguished from what things when defined as statements that are known to be true.
What about Dora? Or Farmer?
Dor got it correct. By Farmer's Boy in the
So it was an F word.
Yes, facts.
That F word we didn't think of.
Just give me the facts, man. Just the facts.
Yep.
And why is it? Can I just say, why is it when you've got
That's the
yourself a
correct
new
answer.
job, you then get loads of people phoning you up about potential new jobs?
Well, then maybe they can
I've had
do.
so many. I've had so many. That call just now was another job. I have had so many calls over the last couple of weeks since I've landed myself a new job. You know, I've had months and months and months and months of nothing.
Well, if they can give you a better job and
these
better
offers,
hours and
farmers?
better pay.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't anything I was interested in anyway. As a lot of them are, to be honest. It's so annoying.
So who got that one? Look, Dora.
Yep. Okay, question 4. In Scotland, this disease was once called grand gore, which probably ultimately derives from a French word imitating the cry of a pig.
Oink.
It's a disease we're after this time. What is this disease?
I think that's it.
It's not whooping cough. You would be correct, Alan.
Ah, right. Okay.
Okay.
It's that one then.
And Big Blue, yes. What's the correct name, Irish?
Oh, that well-known song by AC/DC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Epidemiology of this disease include Kasowitz's law, Argyll Robertson pupils, and Hutchinson's teeth. Not scurvy.
Thing is, it's the other.
Not craving to eat haggis.
Yeah.
You're trying to say something, Alan?
Yeah, well, I was going to say the AC/DC song is the wrong one anyway.
Yeah. And Irish Stew finally got it correct. You're correct, it is syphilis. A Latin word for plague. Louise was formerly used as a name for this disease in English. A shepherd contracts this disease as a punishment for insulting Apollo in a poem by Girolamo Fracastoro, which coined the most common name for this disease. The term smallpox was used to distinguish smallpox from this disease, which was once called the Great Pox. And this is the one I like, the best clue. Name this venereal disease, which has been called the Italian disease in France and the French disease in Italy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe in the later in the 1600s-ish period, I think the Scots also called it the French disease.
I like your
Yeah.
meme with the young ones.
As well as Grand Gore.
Yeah.
I don't remember that
And it
episode
was
with the young ones.
syphilis. Correct.
that would be from
I
bottom.
was at the other one with
That was bottom.
That's
Bottom,
bottom, yeah.
yeah.
That's from bottom, yeah.
Yeah.
I must rewatch that. That's funny. Okay. This term names a computer vision startup for furniture ordering.
Ah.
The term we're after.
Blue gave his interpretation of the name for it over the US.
Yeah. In one novel, Mahmoud claims that if he made a stew of another character, the stew would perform this action.
Well, I'd like to say that helps.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
This term may have been influenced by one used by William Tenn in Venus and the Seven Sexes. Drawing a blank? Not IKEA.
Who said IKEA? Oh, Stewie.
Irish. Yeah.
Yeah. A character claims that he cannot perform this action because he is only an egg, and attempts to do this after sitting on the bottom of a Jubal Harshaw's pool without breathing. No, not jumping. This term is most famously used by the leader of a polyamorous cult who declares thou art God, and that all that performs this action is God before being killed by a mob. Not surface. No. This term has been adapted by computer science culture to describe fully comprehending a piece of code. What do you call it when you fully comprehend a piece of code?
I don't think I ever have.
Ah. Dora, you're on the right track. Expand it out a little bit. If you are engaged in this act, you are doing what, Dora? Its original context, it means to drink and is used by the Martian Michael Valentine. Carl Edwards has the correct full-length name for it.
Never heard of it.
Ah, okay.
Did I not have enough K's?
Name this term coined by Robert Heinlein in Stranger in a Strange Land, which means to understand. And Dora got it. Right? It is grokking. To grok. To understand computer code.
Well, I think my side chat is running really slow, even though I've got it on 2 times speed.
Oh yeah, my side chat's lagging as well. You're all reading replies that I can't even see.
Okay. All right, question 6. An actor with this stage name played a character who, along with his son, kills and eats a talking crow because it continually spouts boring philosophy. So it's a stage name. No. In a scene from The World Is Yours, Lamia gives a karaoke performance of a song by a band with this name. No one yet.
No.
Thomas van Hassebroek imagines himself as a hero of this name in a film by the Belgian director Jaco van Dormael. Not
Guarantee I haven't
Beetle.
seen that film.
No.
No.
All right, I'll give you another quick clue. Pier Paolo Pasolini's The Hawks and the Sparrows stars an actor with this stage name, a wildly popular Italian comedian nicknamed the Prince of Laughter. It's not Batman. No. In a 1939 film, a performer known only as Terry played a character of this name who is carried off in a basket by his nemesis, Miss Gulch. Not Duran Duran.
No, that was Barbarella.
That character of this name is the subject of the line, "And your little dog too." Not asparagus. Not Tintin, Carl. Wrong dog.
Oh God, that line was in Good Morning Vietnam. I'm trying to remember what he was talking about or whose voice he was doing. Sure it was.
Not Lee Marvin.
Again,
You're on
with
the right
spelling.
track, Alan, but it's not Dorothy. And we have a correct answer out in the peanuts. Give this name of Dorothy's dog in The Wizard of Oz.
That's right, yeah.
It is, of course, as Jing Xiu said, Toto.
What's it say?
Oh,
Come
that's
on.
a bit when Adrian Cronau's doing Hanoi Hannah, the Wicked Witch of the East.
Yeah.
And your little dog too.
What did Scott
Yeah.
say? Come on, Terry, not that old. What do you mean? What did I say?
Hey? Yeah, it's what? What's that? Hey?
Yeah, I don't know what that meant.
Toto. They're a band, not a dog.
Toto. Mr. Rain's down in Africa.
That's the one.
Yeah. A book named for this man was first published with a frontispiece showing a maid all hairy next to an infant that was black. A book named for this man.
Blimey.
Who is this man?
No, Dory, Duran Duran was Barbarella. There's not
That's
really a
right.
link there with the Wizard of Oz.
No. This man was the attributed author of the most popular sex manual in England until the 19th century, which was first published in 1684 and was called This Man's Masterpiece. So who was this man who wrote this popular sex manual for England? Not Pope Gregory. No.
Oh dear, that would have been so funny though. So,
Yeah, I know.
Pope, what you're going to go down as history as? Have you read my book?
Yeah.
God, read my book. It's really good. You'll love it, and so will your wife.
A book which was popular in the Middle Ages circulated under this author's name until Thomas Aquinas noticed that it was actually a summary of Proclus's Elements of Theology. Not Prince Albert. Not King Richard. And I put these things in for this person because most people won't know this shit about this person. And I thought this was interesting to learn a little bit more about this person. Roger Bacon published an edited version of the encyclopedic treatise Secretum Secretorum, attributing it to this man. When you all actually know who this is.
And there was me starting to think maybe it was Bacon, but there you go.
No, it wasn't Bacon. A book named for this man's theology, which was traditionally attributed to this man, is an Arabic paraphrase of parts of Plotinus's Enneads.
Awful words.
Yeah. Oh, he probably drew lots of stuff, Carl. Yeah. The recovery of this philosopher's works in the Middle Ages resulted in the circulation of many works falsely attributed to him. In other words, he became pretty popular and people wanted to make money. So they claimed that these other things were written by him, but they weren't. Name this philosopher who was the falsely attributed author of many works produced by the Peripatetic school, which he founded.
I'm going to take a complete punt
Take
in the
a complete
dark.
guess. Yep, take it. And you would be right, farmer's
You are
boy.
kidding.
You would be right. Who would have thought that he wrote the most popular sex manual in England, eh?
Exactly.
Yeah, you are correct, though.
Good grief.
Yeah. He's not, most people don't know him for that.
No, I certainly don't.
No.
I mean, I'll just go by those later clues.
Yes, it is something Greek, Dora. And you're right, Irish Stew got it. I didn't see that. Irish Stew got it with Aristotle and Farmer's Boy.
Aristotle's sex manual.
indeed. Aristotle.
No.
I must try and find Aristotle's sex manual and see what it's got in it.
Well, you'll obviously need a translation.
Yeah. All right. Question 8. In a novel based on this story, Billy's put on trial for vatricide after he neglects the baby food vats he's supposed to be tending so he can pursue a personal vendetta. It's a story we're after.
Vatricide.
The protagonist of a novel based on this story runs away from her father, an exterminator who she calls the Rat Catcher, and who changed his name from Francis to Frank during his gender transition. What story, what famous story is it that we're talking about?
No.
No?
No.
All right, another clue. Jane falls in love with Hugo de Bergerac in a 1967 novel based on this story.
And me and Alan were thinking the same thing from one of the clues.
Not the Pied Piper. No. Not Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. No. Not Romeo and Juliet. No.
They're all based
Not
on
the
a
Cat in the
story, so
Hat.
you've got to think back to what they're sort of robbing it from,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. The protagonist of this story bites the narrator on the base of her thumb, which she calls her Mound of Venus, in a Neil Gaiman adaptation of this fairy tale.
I've always been meaning to read Neil Gaiman and just never got round to it. Because he did Good Omens with Terry Pratchett, of which they're doing another series.
This fairy tale inspired a novel whose protagonist is a girl named Boy by Helen Oyemi.
Blimey.
A girl called Boy. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh.
Not Sleeping Beauty, Carl Edwards. Not Hansel and Gretel, Surf. Donald Barthelme's first novel is based on this fairy tale.
Never heard of him.
Not Little Boy Blue, Terry. No. This fairy tale is unrelated to a similarly named one about the sister of a girl named Rose Red. Not Red Riding Hood. Name this fairy tale about a woman who befriends 7 dwarfs. Come on. Who can type it the quickest? Come on.
I'm trying
that
to.
Would be the one, farmers.
That would be the one.
That would be the one.
I know, actually, that features very strongly in a Rammstein video, which is absolutely brilliant. Sommer, the sun, I believe.
And
the whole
Jinx,
video
you got it. Out in the peanuts. Snow White. Yes.
Snow White and the 7 Perverts.
Yeah.
There you go. I told you.
Snow White.
I'm sure that was an old film of a certain type done years ago. Snow White and the 7 Perverts.
Yeah. I'm sure. A man struggling against one of these objects in the form of a raging beast is depicted by a wind chime or tintinnabulum found in Herculaneum.
Ah,
It's an
tintinnabulum. I presume that's a derivation of tintinnabulations.
Okay. You might be onto this one then, Farmer's Boy.
One of them.
One of these objects. No. If you put the word end on the end of that, farmers, you're closer.
Really?
That would be a big clue to you.
One of them.
One of them, yeah. One of these objects attached to another one of these objects fends off an eye topped with a scorpion in a bas relief from Leptis Magna. Yeah, that's another roundabout way of saying it. The word I'm thinking of actually starts with P, farmer's boy.
It's like that, is it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll spell it properly.
Yeah, go on. Yes, that would be the one.
Oh, dear.
A god depicted as one of these objects had a shrine on the Velian Hill, which was destroyed by Donatrius Calvinus and was named Mutinous Tutinus.
They were a randy lot of buggers.
Yeah. Carl Edwards has it. A type of charm consisting of one of these objects, often paired with a fist or adorned with wings, was known as a fashionist, which is the origin of the word fascinate. Bet you didn't know that. So when you say you're fascinated by something, farmers, it has a different meaning than what you really think.
Ah.
One of these objects rises from Ocrisia's hearth in the origin story of the Roman king Servius Tullius. And if you wouldn't get it by that clue, you'd definitely get it by the last one. Name this body part, which was a prominent feature of the Greco-Roman god Priapus.
Oh, yes, Priapism.
Priapism, yeah. Yep. It's one of these, folks.
It's a massive cock.
Yes. The correct answer was penises.
Penis.
Yeah. And question 10. When this man's knocking on a door isn't answered, he angrily shoots a random sheep, which incites a crowd of peasants with pitchforks to attack him, which he responds to by throwing money at them. Who is it we're talking about?
Wow.
This man describes his first memory as being sent to a witch for a nosebleed cure in a work which begins, "Whatever I have done in the course of my life, whether it be good or evil, has been done freely."
Molly said that last question wasn't very easy.
Ah.
Not Frankenstein.
Anyway, it's Frankenstein.
This man wrote about a couple that gives birth to 40 pairs of twins in the Holloweth novel Icosamenon, and he swindled the Marquis de Earth into thinking he could turn her into a young man. It's not Blucher.
What you mean, Frau Blucher? Damn it! I haven't got any horses.
Frau Blucher.
I must dig that film out and watch it again. That is so funny.
This man who retired to become a librarian in Bohemia used a bedsheet rope to escape from a prison in the Doge's palace.
Oh dear. No, this is.
You will get this one by the last clue. I know it. He had affairs with women, including the cross-dressing Therese and the adventuress Henriette. The clues are making it worse.
Yeah.
Not Pinocchio, but we do have a correct answer out there.
Go on then, just to finish it off.
Yeah. Name this Venetian nobleman who wrote an extremely long autobiography detailing his sexual exploits.
Yeah, that guy.
And that is correct, Farmer's Boy. Not spelt correctly, but yes, it is right. Yeah. Well done, Irish Stew. Well done. It was indeed Casanova.
The Discworld has a version of him. He's a dwarf, and he's called Casanunda.
Okay. It was Casanova.
Casanova, and his very famous item of luggage that he always carried with him.
There you go. There's your easy questions for tonight.
Thank you very much.
Oh dear.
I guess we'll never get the exploding penguin again.
No. Okay. What do we got here? I've just got to fix something here for a sec.
Yeah, there's a quote about Casanova and always being prepared. Can't bloody find it.
Is Terry gone AWOL?
No, I'm here.
No, he's just sorting his stuff out.
Ah.
Well, I believe today we have, from the sounds of it, 4-stroke single motorbikes circulating around the track. I can hear the drone being carried on the wind. They certainly sound like 4-stroke singles. Small ones. So frustrating not being able to see the bloody track. You can hear it. It's like, what's that?
Put a drone up with a live feed from the camera to your computer, and then you could watch it and going around.
Let's see if they've got anything on their Twitter feed.
I'm sure the track would get very unhappy if they saw a drone anywhere near it.
Well, no, they get everything else flying over the bloody place.
Or even a plastic bag blowing around, which of course they will call a drone and blame it on blame it on a drone. Because
hello, that's Duxford. What a giveaway.
Oh yes, of course it's Duxford. It's the Land Warfare Hall.
I know, because the sign says so in the background. Even if I didn't recognise the building, it says Land Warfare. Oh yeah, that'll be Duxford.
I really need to go have a proper look around the Land Warfare, because being more interested in aeroplanes, I tend to stay in all the other hangars.
Yeah, no,
So
there's some interesting bits of kit in there, I'll tell you.
the one thing I did find when I did have a bit of a look around it one time, there seemed to be an awful lot of stuff stuffed into such a tiny little spot.
Yes. Yes, the building could have done with being a bit bigger, to be honest, but
Twice the size,
Yeah.
I would think. Because
But-
everything's so on top of each other.
but they haven't got a bottomless pot of money to spend, have they?
No, I mean I know they got the American place redone, and I'm guessing that cost
It is well known that Matt
a lot of money.
Yeah, because that 8th Air Force hangar was built early 90s.
Yeah, about that.
Because I knew that the what was a construction company built. I knew the guy who was the foreman there because he was foreman on the job I was working on. And he sort of said, "Oh yeah, we're going to be going build this place over at Duxford, blah blah blah." You know, that was his next job.
That was designed by the same guy, Foster, wasn't it?
My lord,
That was
yeah, yes,
That was Norman Foster, same as designed the Sainsbury Centre at the University of East Anglia at Norwich.
yes,
Which doubles for the headquarters place for Shield at the end of one of the MCU, one of the Avengers movies.
yes.
So, just as a diversion from that, I'm reading about Aristotle's sex manual, right?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
And some of the ideas he had. He said, also, medical experts following Galen's believed that women's bodies were the inverse of men's, that they described the uterus as an inverted penis and the ovaries as female testicles that remained inside the body because the female lacked sufficient heat to push them out.
But Paul, that's not exactly. I know it's not. Yeah, I know it's.
Yeah.
But actually, we do now know that is kind of true, isn't it? To a degree.
And that he explained that because of the different balances of the tumours, blood, phlegm, black bile and yellow bile, women were generally colder and wetter and men generally hotter and drier.
Wow.
Yeah. Aristotle argues that the female is, as it were, a deformed male.
How ironic.
How did I end up with 3 Wallies?
I don't know.
Oh, this is not Wally. This is from Matthew Weathers' channel.
Oh. A question that can somebody answer a question that came up? What were the name of the 3 fathers in Father Ted?
Oh God. Wasn't one of them Dougal? Was it a Dougal?
Yeah, I'm sure one of them was Dougal.
And it was the sweary jump one.
That's the one I couldn't think of this morning.
Beck Gallows.
And I didn't want to Google it because
No,
I can't be bothered to Google it.
I can't. No, I'd have to Google it. I can't remember. I bet one of the Peanuts knows. Somebody will know. Off the
Yeah.
top.
That's why I thought I'd just find an interval here and remember it. And
No, Bill and Ted was something else. Oh, dude. Whoa, dude. Of course, they're doing another one, aren't they? Well, they've done another one.
another one. Yeah, close, far away is the but yeah, it was.
Yeah, because I think obviously pre-COVID they were supposed to be. I think they're still going to do it this year. There are three films coming out almost on the same day, and they all feature Keanu Reeves. The new John Wick, the new Matrix, and I don't think they've released it yet. The new Bill and Ted. Or did that get released? I can't remember.
I'm sure somebody said something about seeing it, but
it must have just passed me by.
The excellent Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures. No, that's been out for a while now.
That's it. Oh. I'm fairly certain that the new Matrix film and the new John Wick film are being released on the same day. I'm sure I saw that somewhere.
Oh, it's a recommendation channel. Okay. Thanks, Wally.
Oh, I don't bloody hell.
It goes that back again.
It's been gone. I moved wrong Monday night. I've barely been out of stand up for the last 2 days, and keep thinking I'm going to fall over.
Yeah, that's right. I did that Saturday.
What, fell over?
I had a hypo.
Oh.
On the riverbank with Rumpus, WS, and Rumpus's mate Nigel.
Yeah, bloody good job you didn't go in the river then, isn't it?
No, I was standing a fair way from the a couple of yards back from the river, but I fell backwards. But yeah, I mean it was entirely my fault. I thought I'd had enough to eat and drink, and I hadn't. We spent ages walking along this poxy riverbank that was totally overgrown, and I just stood there and thought, "Hello." I feel a bit odd, and the next thing I'm just going over flat on my back. There's nothing you can do about it. You know it's happening, but you can't stop it.
Yeah. Which one of the two cuts were you on? Were you actually on the one that's next to the main road, or were you on the proper one where Road Bottom and
yeah, we was on the level.
Once?
Yeah, you've got two bridges 6 miles apart, totally straight.
Yeah, Welsh's Dam to Welney. Oh, sorry,
it was
to Welsh's Dam.
It was Welney to God, let me open Google Maps. I can't remember what it was bloody called now. It's the other way. It's carrying on. He did it up to Welney, and Rumps is going to do it from Welney to. Hang on, let me find.
I'm pretty sure Road Bottom started at Welney and went and had his person go down to Welsh's Dam.
Yeah, well,
of course, there's an extra bridge across there now because there's the railway bridge.
Yeah, and the problem is that now, if you try and look down that way, there's too many bloody trees in the way, so you don't get this lovely line of sight.
Yeah, I'm guessing you really want to go in the middle of winter, don't you, when there's no growth?
Right, he's doing it from Welney to a little place called Salter's Lode. And there is a bridge there, and I think you've got something like 6 miles between the two. And it's totally straight and completely clear. Just unfortunately on Saturday, the actual air itself, it was quite hazy, and you had to job to see to the other end. And the fact he wasn't, it's not the most organised chap in the world.
I have a very important question for Paul.
Yep.
Go ahead, Paul. The door that's over your right shoulder. Why does the doorknob appear to be so high on that door?
Oh yeah,
it's a bit above halfway.
That's much higher.
That's just where the doorknobs are on.
Yeah, there was a common practice.
It's a fairly old house.
Yeah, a common practice back in the day to put the doorknobs high so it stopped the kids from getting in and out of the room.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
child-proofing.
The level
Got
of
it.
All the doorknobs in this house are around about that level. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you typically find them below center nowadays, but
I call this my Daniel Pratt door for obvious reasons. Let me see. Can you see the top of it there?
Oh,
yeah.
okay. That's not quite finished.
Yeah.
Not quite finished.
Yeah. Because this room I haven't finished renovating yet, so I've got the architraves off.
Yeah.
okay.
I've got to renovate this room yet.
Yeah, got to put the water heater in.
Yeah, where's the water heater going to go?
That's fed straight off the main, so you need the unvented kit on top of it. Every time I watch one of his videos, it goes, oh yeah, that's the unvented kit. Can't help myself.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6. 6 here.
6? Oh, you spoilers, Ambassador.
Yeah. They're not all long. 4 minutes 50. Oh. That one's 2 hours and 58 minutes, but that's a McToon debate that he had with with Chris Curtis.
Oh yes, that's the one I watched. Far too early this morning to wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what his argument was in that one.
Oh, his argument was Bible.
Yeah.
There is some pictures
God said so.
Okay. Did he present anything, or was it all just...
God said so.
Oh, so he didn't present anything then. Okay. I'll play a little bit of it here and there. I won't play a lot of it then. Where are we?
And I was going to say, I missed this. Somebody asked me, I think just last week, in a group chat on Facebook, after after I had a ratio on last week, who's horrible person. This person asked in this group chat, who of all the flat earthers that you have talked to do you actually like? I'm like, there's a few. Chris, you were number one.
Thank you.
And Joe Hill is another one, who is on my channel. Sometimes you've seen him in the chat as Effed Up World. He's pretty decent. He lives close to me in Minnesota here, so someday we might meet up. We got a couple chats already here. So I got a new member from Eric Dubé's twin brother, Brad Dubé. Number 855 says...
Four corner.
I do remember that. Okay. And then Thumb Duckery for $20 says, don't need to spend money on... There we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, great. So this is an older video that made its rounds through the Flat Earth community several years back. And it's a video that I really like because it shows the distortion.
Oh, you muted yourself.
Oh, yes, you can't present anything. It keeps screwing it all up.
Yeah.
You're still muted.
That's had a good start already.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. I lost my controls. Hold on, let me go back.
Okay.
You know, phone.
All right, am I coming through?
There we go. Yep.
Okay, so it might kick me off when I play the video, but what I want you to notice, first of all, is that when we go to the shore and we're looking at boats, boats definitely do disappear. And when you have optics, sometimes it looks like boats are disappearing below the horizon. Other times you get a different effect.
Yeah, you muted again. That's weird. It like auto muted when as soon as you hit play. So I don't hear you.
It doesn't
or the
realise
video.
he's probably muted.
Okay, that's annoying. I don't even know what to tell you. So here, why don't okay, so I just want to scroll through the video, Michael.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just kind of scroll through it, and I want to make some observations about the video.
Okay, hold on. Well, then I will share.
Sorry about that.
That's right. I will share my screen to you. There we go. So let's see. People aren't seeing that yet. Hold on. I need to update what they can see. He has hardware acceleration in his Internet Exploring app, but be it Chrome, Edge, or whatever, says Brainy Beaver. Brainy Beaver is super brainy. Do you know that?
Sounds like it.
All right, there we go. Found that. Chrome. There it is. Okay. So we've got this video here. Do you see what I'm doing?
Yes.
All right, it's coming up. Oh, I hate just being on Dirth's channel. He's such a turd. Seriously. Have better standards, people. All right.
All right. So if we started out at the beginning of the video, the horizon was completely empty because of perspective and the scale of the boats that are at a great distance.
Yes, scale.
Yes, yes. And well, a lot of it has to do with our perspective over the water as well, because it kind of blends in with the sky. It's hard to determine things on the horizon.
Yeah, and so can I just make a point here? Sometimes people look at this and say the boats have gone over the horizon, but they're not. They're just too small to see.
Right. And as we go through this video, we don't have to play the whole video, Michael. I mean, you can kind of fast forward through it, but you can see the timestamp down in the corner.
Yeah.
And the video is running the entire time that the boat is moving away from us. And what we're seeing is we're seeing our eyes making contact with the floor of the ocean, which Empathy Princess, the person who made this video, is referring to as the wave front edge. So it's where our eyes perceive the floor of the ocean, but we cannot see beyond it. And that is not because of curvature. It's because of the wave action on top of the water. It forms
the floor of the ocean. That's a new one.
Kind of a barrier. It also forms a low level of very thick water layer comparative to the surrounding atmosphere. So what you get is you get
what's
Brainery saying? Why not mute the video and play it then? Tell him, Terry. What? I don't know.
Thick water layer. You mean the water?
Yes, the water right above the surface is much thicker than it is, say, 6 feet above the surface.
The water or the air?
The air, the water in the air.
Okay,
and
so
that's what we're observing.
So,
go ahead.
So let's be clear so that we understand, because there's two ways or three ways that you might have water in the air: gaseous, liquid, or solid. Right? Solid is snow. This is too warm, obviously, for this, but there's both gaseous and liquid water that's in the air at times. So
that would definitely be the case over this distance, over the ocean especially.
Both. Okay. So when you have liquid water in the air, it's droplets, and when it's in large quantity, we call that fog or clouds. Right? And if it's gaseous, it's humidity, we call it. Or vapor. Right?
Right.
So what does gaseous water do to the refractivity, to the index of refraction?
It would increase the index of refraction based on dry air.
It actually decreases it.
Okay, from dry to humid air
Yes.
decreases the refractive index.
Actually,
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Why does it make sense?
Because you have water in the air, which is increasing the attenuation of light.
The index of refraction is different from attenuation. So I'll explain it. I'll explain why it does that. H2O. The index of refraction is about the density of a material. So if you take out oxygen, the O2, right, and replace it with H2O, then each molecule of H2O is heavier or less heavy than each molecule of oxygen. It is less heavy. It actually is less dense. If you look at the atomic weight of both nitrogen and oxygen, it's higher than the atomic weight of water, of one molecule of water. So that's why it reduces the index of refraction instead of increases it.
Okay, that makes sense. And in the video, what we're really looking at is we're looking at a linear progression of the refractive effect above the water, because throughout the entire 18-minute span that she has the boat continues to get smaller as it gets expect, but you also have more and more of the boat inside of that same layer of the atmosphere that is causing the miraging. What would you call that, Michael? I mean, are you calling this a miraging effect or a refractive effect?
So typically miraging is the result of reflection, not refraction.
Okay, right.
But refraction plays part in whether it's inverted or not, or how big it is. I mean, it's all together can get pretty messy. And let's see, I sent you a link, and I'm gonna scroll back, see if I can find it. But there's a lot of things that are going on especially in this particular type of observation.
The proportions of the boat remain the same throughout the process, though.
Well,
and
the bottom gets messy, though, doesn't it?
The entire ship gets messy and disappears into the vapor of the atmosphere eventually.
Yeah.
I mean, as you get to the end of the video, you can hardly even see the ship because of how much atmosphere exists between you and the ship, which shows us, and that's the point of beginning with this video, is that the atmosphere, it's like we're in a fishbowl, but the air obviously is not as dense as the water. The ocean is exactly, I mean, if you do the equation, I think it's 784 times more dense than the air. So if you did the math, if you did the equation, there's definitely a limit to the visibility of the atmosphere. And also the atmosphere has dust. Dust has 2 times it doesn't have anything to do with refraction, but I think that has to do with the attenuation of light rays and the absorption of light rays over distance in the atmosphere. So I make the point that on a flat Earth, there is a limit to how far you can see in any spectrum. It doesn't matter if you're looking at shortwave infrared or if you're looking at the entire visible spectrum, there is going to be a limit. And at greater distances, you're going to get all sorts of atmospheric effects. Like with this video, you have a sailboat in the horizon there.
What's that for, Alan?
Well, infrared is longer wavelength than visible light, not shorter.
Oh, okay.
That appears to be going behind the curvature of the Earth while the ship is floating above it. I say that you can't even see that sailboat because it's so small on the horizon. You are seeing a reflection of that sailboat. The ship is much closer than that sailboat is. But when you're getting all of these different refractive and atmospheric effects, you can't say that any of this has to do with the curvature of Earth, which according to this video isn't there at all 18 minutes later.
What isn't there?
Curvature.
Yeah,
that ship doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah. Well, the
sailboat
was farther than the curve.
Well, yeah, but okay, so the curvature, I mean, how far?
Yeah, Alan, you.
I was going to say, how do we know the boat is even flipping moving? That big grey
Boat
one.
is moving.
Is. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to say, how do we know that it? How do we know how far away it is and how fast it is moving? To know how quickly it should be disappearing.
Well, that's easy. You don't.
Far away are we? Like I said,
Man,
when we
there's a lot of distortion in it.
Yeah.
started on the horizon, we had an empty horizon zooming in on the ship, which was probably, I mean, let's say it's only 10 miles out to sea. Over 10 miles, me standing 6 foot above the shore of the ocean, 40 foot of that ship is going to be missing. That's not what we're observing. And this observation is made time and time and time again. So yes, I mean, go ahead.
So the problem is that we do know about refraction, right? This isn't a surprise. This isn't new information. This
Well, refraction only gets you a couple of miles here, man. I mean, it's not gonna
actually not at all. If the temperature changes 1 degree Celsius in 10 meters, that's all you need. If that's the rate of change, then light curves at the same radius as the radius of the Earth. So you can see indefinitely far if you had a consistent band.
What is the probability of that?
It happens on occasion. So
I mean, what would you say the probability is on a 100-degree span? I mean, or let's say 40 degrees.
What do you mean?
What would
40 degrees? What?
A 40-degree span of temperature. So from, let's say, 40 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees.
All you need is 1 degree.
I mean, 20 degrees to 60 degrees.
1 degree is all you need.
Right. So
1 degree.
What would be the
And that happens. He doesn't understand centigrade, does he?
Pardon?
I said he obviously doesn't understand centigrade.
Why is that?
Suggesting we have temperatures of 80 degrees Celsius. I don't think the hottest temperature recorded even approaches anywhere near that.
100% of the time it happens in the right conditions, right?
That's assumption.
So I have seen flat earthers actually measure it. If you've seen John D, he actually has measured it's called the lapse rate, both in the Lake Balaton observation and then one that he did, his peer-to-peer that he did. Both of those, he measured the vertical lapse rate, and both of those, the lapse rate was higher than 1 degree per 10 meters. Both of them. So it's absolutely easy to happen.
Okay, but over the time elapsed,
empirically measured. There's no time. It's an instantaneous thing, right? If it's that, then the observation, the light can travel indefinitely far. In fact, if it's more than 10 degrees, you get a ducting, or more than 1 degree per 10 meters. You get all sorts of ducting effects.
Okay, so how fast would you say that ship is moving away from you per minute? How much ground would you say it's covering? If it's moving 20 miles an hour, it's covering 20 miles in an hour.
I don't know. I don't know how it makes a difference.
So, well, I mean, it makes a difference because you're talking about an exact linear progression of refraction, which would be impossible over the distance of ocean that this boat is covering. Maybe it's possible over a lake over short distances.
You
That's why I say, what would the probability be?
Well, you don't
of
get
that happening.
You don't get a consistent. It's the same everywhere.
Well, this is the same. This is the same for 20 minutes in our observation, in our field of view.
Terry,
18 minutes.
Can you stop a sec? He's already been told it happens. So the probability of it being able to happen is 1, because it can happen, because it has.
In this video.
Well, no, he's talking about the lapse rate being 1 degree per 10 meters, so that you get the, so you get the light literally just following the curve. It has been recorded to have happened, so the probability of it being able to happen is 1 because we know it has happened.
Right. Okay.
Well, it's a 10-minute video.
But it's an 18-minute time
but
progression.
they're playing it faster. Yeah.
Yeah, 18 minutes as the ship is moving away from us. So what you see is more of the ship inside of the distortion layer, but the proportions of the ship are exactly the same. And I'm not saying that you mathematically couldn't make it a possibility on a probability scale, but I'm saying to think about what the probability, what the actual probability would be of that happening.
The proportions here are definitely getting smaller.
Sure, but they're getting smaller with the scale, with the structure of the ship.
Everything is getting smaller. I mean,
right, and then it disappears. So this is what the atmosphere does to objects in the distance, and it's because of the water,
and
not because of the curvature.
It's because of the temperature, mostly.
That's an assumption.
No. The primary. You didn't know the effects of water on refractive.
I learned something every day.
Yeah. So
thank you for teaching that.
So the largest thing that changes the index of refractivity is the temperature when it's right above the water there. So you can look up and you can use either the Sider or the modified Ehlers equations to get the refractive index for different conditions, and you can play with that. And I've done this. You can change the humidity and see how much it changes the index of refraction. Very little. You can change the temperature and see how much it changes the index of refraction. A lot. And
so why would we ever assume a curve? Why would we ever assume that this effect is due to Earth curvature?
Because there's lots of other ways that we can confirm that the Earth is the shape that it is. This isn't the only way. Right. This is historically one of the ways that they attribute to being how Aristotle identified it.
Let me give you an example. Okay, so in Oklahoma, we have severe weather. We have tornadoes, and it's life and death to be able to measure exactly what the winds are doing at different levels of the storm. And if we have a tornado come through, let's say Clinton, Oklahoma, which is about 70 miles west of Oklahoma City, it's happening directly between the radar stations. But both of those radars that are 150 miles separated are able to get the exact picture of the storm, propagate that storm on a square weather map down to the square yard of the tornado. How is that possible with electromagnetic waves like microwave radar if the Earth is not flat?
What?
It's not possible to do what he said, because what the weather map shows is not what he is claiming. They can't show you it down to the yard, and they can't show you it all the way down to the ground. It's not physically possible. Wouldn't be physically possible even on a flat Earth. Because you wouldn't see what's happening on the ground because of all the ground clutter returns that you get. And they're taking when you see those maps, they're taking readings from all sorts of places and they're building it all up and putting it together using a computer program.
I mean, this is fairly typical of a flurfer. He pretends he's got the answer to all of these things, and yet he's shown that he doesn't understand even the basics of the physics behind atmospheric refraction. He has no idea which way the light's going to bend or what moisture in the air actually does to the refractive index, and yet here he is on the top of Mount Dunning-Kruger thinking that he's got the answers to all of this.
Yeah, I bet he couldn't even tell you the direction of the wind speeds that the radar is going to record. with a Doppler radar.
I had exactly the same sort of argument with Brian Leakey on Jose's channel yesterday. Where they just and they thoroughly enjoy just making up stuff.
Because I'm pretty certain that none of them realise that when you have the Doppler radar, it can only show you wind speeds in the direction directly radially towards the radar unit. If you were to have a perfectly circular hurricane and you were to put a Doppler radar in the center of the eye, it would record 0 wind speed for the inside of the eye wall of a hurricane, because the wind's all going round parallel at the same distance. So there's no speed towards the radar to measure.
But notice how we just jumped from one topic to another as well.
Oh, well, of course, that's typical fluff.
Just transitioned straight into another topic when he couldn't get any further with the ship going over the horizon.
And it seems to me as if he didn't even know that it was a temperature variation, a temperature gradient that was the primary cause of the refractive index change. You know, he thinks it's just got to do with the moisture in the air, and he even got that the wrong way around anyway.
They usually get that the wrong way around. They think somehow or the other that adding moisture to the atmosphere increases the density of it, which it does not.
It does not, no.
It goes the other direction. 2 H's and an O don't weigh as much as 2 O's.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why the clouds are up there.
Yeah, exactly.
Because moisture-laden air is less dense. It rises. Yeah.
Except for fog.
So it was always amusing to fly into a cloud and watch your airspeed indicator instantaneously drop. You know, like, what? How did I slow down by 10 knots and I didn't feel it? And it happened instantly. Oh, I know. The density of the air dropped. I know. That's what happened.
The thing is, Terry, fog is not water vapor. Fog is tiny, tiny water droplets.
Right.
It's actually water. It's not steam. It's not vapor.
You can't see steam.
No.
Or water vapor.
No.
It's the
you can only see it in liquid form.
It's the condensed out. Tiny water droplets in suspension.
Hmm.
Yeah, vapor is a term they don't understand, really.
I mean, there are things like this throughout.
Sorry, Blue.
No, it simply means you're in a temperature regime where it could exist as either one.
Did you just swear on air, Alan? I didn't hear that.
I didn't swear.
Oh, yeah, I didn't.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I didn't think you swore.
Press play.
Science.
They're on towers and they have limited range.
They're about 30 feet off the ground to 50 feet off the ground. And that's what I'm saying. So from 70 miles away, I'm looking into the mid-level of the storm if I'm on a ball, right? I'm not looking at the base of the storm where that tornado is.
They've done all of that. You can go and you can take a meteorology course and you can go. The math matches.
Radar bends around the curve of the Earth. This has been known for a long time. You can read articles about it. I mean, it typically
radar because it's X-band
much further than it should. AM radio stations have to power down at night.
Hold on, not farther than it should.
Much further than it should.
Farther than it would if there was no refraction.
It goes further than it should with refraction. AM radio goes 2,000 miles,
Yeah.
and they'll
Yeah,
say,
that's-
"Well, it's the ionosphere," but
absolutely.
come on, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying. But the scientific
Hold on.
establishment,
Come on, man, is not a scientific refutation.
I'm not a
Okay?
scientist.
I know. It doesn't surprise it. To the surprise of literally no one.
It just doesn't have any comprehension of how electromagnetic radiation works at all, does he?
I'm not sharing
Actually,
it.
you know, since I can, I'm not playing a video. I might be able to share it myself. You want me to try?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll try it. All right. Can you
Pigs
see my
might fly.
screen?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Let me make sure it's. Yeah. All right. There we go.
Okay. So this is not a great view.
I don't think he's able to share.
Ding, 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 ding.
No.
Oh, you picked the brilliant spot of roboting.
You're all robots.
It was just perfect.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Meep.
Is that the best robot you've ever heard?
But if you did it every 15 seconds, it'd sound just like a radar going around at 4 RPM.
God. How do I stop the
Hitting the
sharing?
TV aerial.
And while he's roboting, he can't hear MC Toon talk
All right,
either.
here we go. I can't stop that there. There it is. Okay.
There's nothing.
All right. Chris.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It's like a song. All right. Yeah, oh, he dropped off. So yeah, he tried to share his screen and it went crazy. He doesn't have a good internet connection right now until he gets Starlink. We'll talk about that in a bit when he gets back on. Yes, he's signed up for Starlink. I love it. All right, he's
There
back.
we go.
Okay, so yeah, as soon as you shared it went crazy. So probably we shouldn't do that again. You went robot. People thought it was pretty awesome.
I have a really horrible internet connection. I'm sorry about that, guys.
What's your plan for upgrading your internet connection?
Starlink, Mike. Starlink. Of course. And satellites are real. Satellites have to be real over the flat earth. And a lot of people think I'm joking about this. And I want to set the record straight that I'm being absolutely sincere when I say that I believe that the ways of God are higher than.
And he cut out again.
Huh?
What happened?
That's
He's
a new
not
one.
muted.
Invest in Starlink to get a better internet
Yeah.
connection.
And
Hey
it was
Paul,
just- it was
hey
just
Paul,
in-
that's what you
Anyway,
got to
we
do,
can't-
Paul.
we can't-
You got to
you
invest
again,
in
I don't know.
Starlink.
It was just invoking God, and his
Yeah, so his
connection dropped again.
Starlink. His internet is through wireless to a tower. So he has a dish of some sort. Alan Bupre, very good question. When he comes back, we're gonna do it. So all right, Chris, are you? Oh, he dropped out again.
Is he coming back?
Man, this connection. Yeah. Oh, Starlink. So he's not the only flat earther that I've had on that agrees that satellites exist. The effed up world, Joe Hill, says that. And gravity alone.
So again, the scientific establishment is proven, and I was talking about the super rotations, okay, the super fast rotations, which is a different article, but it's good that you're looking into this stuff and saying, wait a minute, man, if it's not adding up on paper, it probably might not add up the way that it's described. Yes, gravity is a force on Earth. if anybody denies that gravity is a force, and you look at something falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, you look at the gradient atmosphere, obviously there is a mechanism that is holding things in place the way that they are. I will not argue against that. I believe that the mechanism of gravity is misunderstood. That's the argument that I make. And I think that the scientific establishment is making that argument against itself right now.
So do you do agree that mass attracts mass?
I believe that gravity works on the Earth the way that gravity is described. No, I don't necessarily agree that it does in the way that it is described, because we don't get the effects that we would predict with galaxies. And you can't create a mathematical model of the solar system with gravity. It's impossible.
What are you talking about? It's been done, but
no.
So hold on. The three-body problem. So the three-body problem has been solved, but not using a formula. It's not a closed problem. They can do it numerically. It's just a different solution.
But you have more than three bodies. That's the real problem. I mean, you might be able to
do more bodies using the same mechanisms.
But gravity doesn't work. Gravity for 6 seconds, and a neural network solved it. 6 seconds is how long they've gotten it to work. You can't get it to work in a continual cycle. It won't work. And that's proven. That's why it's a problem.
I've got no idea what he's talking
in physics.
about.
It always has been. And it's not just Newtonian physics, it's quantum mechanics. I mean, the three-body problem is a problem that exists across the board. And it's because maybe instead of ascribing all of these motions that we're seeing to a force that's beyond the capital G force of God, we should just say, hey, God makes things move the way they do.
So big
that
G
to me
God,
is more logical. If I use Occam's razor and base it on probability, that to me is a much more logical conclusion than saying all of this derived out of nothingness.
Nobody claims all of this derived out of nothingness. But all right, hold on. Alan Beaupre has a question. This is a really good one. Why can we measure the size and distance to the moon using radar?
It's a good question. The medium. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Honestly, I've thought about it. I don't know.
Okay. So we do know that you don't have to get to a very high elevation before the quantity of air is nearly zero, right? Very, very small. Right. So people, even a balloon goes 120,000 feet. There's less than 1% of the amount of air pressure at that elevation than there is at down next to the Earth. So it's very nearly a vacuum. So when we point radar not at the moon but right next to the moon, we don't get a bounce back. When we point it at the moon, we get a bounce back. And we know the speed that radar travels. It's photons. It travels at the speed of light. So
it's 2.5 seconds to get a return from the moon.
Yeah.
Approximately.
So we exactly. So we know the distance to the moon. So what is the moon then? Is it also
okay? So the argument, and this is a really good question about the moon as far as where its placement is in the model, because if it is bouncing off the moon, that's pretty hard to explain, and it's something that I've thought about. But one of the things that I argue in arguing the flat Earth model is that our understanding of the propagation of electromagnetic waves is wrong. And it's wrong because of attenuation, because the atmosphere does eventually completely absorb and stop photons from propagating. Why wouldn't it over distance also attenuate? And it does, because you can't see any light beyond 1,500, 2,000 feet in the ocean. So if that's not completely stopping light.
But you can go.
That's not the atmosphere, dude.
But that's the atmosphere, man.
What's he? You can't see into how far?
And that's got not to do with the speed of light in the water or the atmosphere either. I mean, doesn't he understand the link between refractive index and the velocity of light in that medium?
No, of course he doesn't.
No, because he's at the peak of Dunning-Kruger. He thinks he understands all of this, but he doesn't. He has no idea whatsoever. I mean, there's a reason why the refractive index here is 1.00002, It's because light hardly slows down in air. Not much at all.
No. and of course it's also wavelength dependent.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing that almost everybody forgets. The refractive index is dependent on the wavelength. So you can have, you have different refractive indexes depending on the as we've discussed when we've talked about lenses, of course, and telescopes and what have you. But and of course he hasn't got a clue about how going from wavelengths in the hundreds of nanometers to going to wavelengths in the 10 centimeters to a few millimeters range has on what the refractive index of air happens to be.
Mm.
And it pretty much gets to no difference at all to free space.
Immediately above the horizon, you can see stars. How did the light from those stars, which is very dim compared to the sun, for example, how did it get there?
That's a good question. And it comes down to the separation of light and darkness, which occurred when God created the firmament and separated the day from the night.
God.
Why does darkness exist at all in the cosmos? You have all of these bright stars that are shining constantly, emitting photons, but they're filled with the blackness of space. Why is that? The separation obviously exists. Here's a question that I have for you, Michael. If the speed of light is 183,000 miles per second, what is the speed of darkness? And is there...
I didn't hear that, did I?
Yes, you did.
You did.
I did. I can't unhear it now. I can't unhear it.
It depends on how quickly you can take away the light.
I can't unhear that now. I've speed of darkness.
I guess that depends on the switching speed of your light source.
Yeah.
Speed of stupid is what it is. Damn near instantaneous in this guy's case.
Lucky I didn't skip that bit.
Yeah, you've got some of the best bits so far, Terry. Don't worry.
Speed of darkness. I love it.
That's a good one. That one.
Could we prove?
I saw that Vsauce video.
I didn't see it. Is it a Vsauce video? I didn't know that somebody else had thought about that. But
he almost asked it in the same words as you did, except there was that little song behind him that was playing.
Right. I love it. I love his channel. Yeah, I watch it, but I didn't see that video. Maybe I did, and subliminally I don't remember it.
Yeah. So this if I don't remember exactly what he said, but you know Vsauce, he always twists things around it to be kind of a mystery and a conundrum together.
Great content, right?
So yeah, it's I don't know, that doesn't quite. I think the point is that the speed of darkness doesn't apply because
while he's claiming it's the same speed. Okay, Wally.
Because it's a lack of light. That's what it is. So, Brainy Beaver's asking, what about the speed of love? I got my Brainy Beaver right there. Look at that. See that?
That's the true constant, guys.
Brainy Beaver.
The speed of love.
There's some 80s song about something like that. Okay. So, all right. So you don't have I appreciate that you don't have an answer to that one.
Mm-hmm.
Chronic Avenger is asking if he could come on. So I said, send me an email. And he'd like to talk to you. Would you be okay with that?
Okay. Absolutely. I'd love to hear from him.
Okay.
He's a smart guy.
Cretan Ball says he's bat poop crazy, but I kind of like him.
Thank you for that. For all of it. I mean, it is what it is.
Yep. Okay. Let's see. Magic Productions for £5 says Sun under Earth, 5D mirror in sky, extra dimensions. If one conspiracy doesn't work, just keep adding more until it makes sense to absolutely no one.
But it's biblical, and Enoch is the one describing it. I'm not coming up with this stuff, guys. I mean, I'm applying the model literally.
Enoch, all right. If you look at the ancient cultures, where everybody's like, oh, the ancient ones all said the earth was flat, but the ancient cultures all had an answer for the sunset that doesn't work today, right? They said generally that it went through portals or a tunnel under the ground, and that's what Enoch talks about. That was because these ancient cultures didn't understand that nighttime for them was daytime for somebody else. So the you kind of need something.
It's interesting though, Michael. One real short thing I'll say about that is Enoch chapter 74 perfectly describes a calendar that is more accurate than the Julian or the Gregorian calendar that we use today, completely determining not only the cycle of the moon, but the cycle of the sun and the stars and the 4-minute offset between the sun and stars on a daily basis. How did he get that precision thousands of years ago?
If I remember correctly, the Enoch calendar is doesn't have the right number of days.
No, it does. So in the calendar in the book of Enoch, the year is reconciled with the moon in 364 days, but every 25 years, because of the difference in the moon or in the sun and the stars, you add 30 days. So every 25 years in the Enoch calendar,
so it has a leap month.
It has a leap month, right? And that makes a leap year, which consists of 12 leap month. It's very complex, but the reason it's like that is to stop precession, to calculate the year perfectly accurately, where it stops that clockwork-like motion in the sky. It's very interesting. It really is.
You can't make up a calendar that stops the motion in the sky.
Right.
No.
Hold on. I got an email from Chronic Avenger. I'm going to send him the link.
Okay.
So this should be fun.
Or do another jump. Does he bring on somebody else to talk to him, does he? We'll skip ahead to here.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
And then Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Okay, so if a person, if you're observing an object within arm's length, should be there in the first couple of paragraphs, I think.
Yeah, attenuation, blurred by scattering of light.
All I see is something that they talk about how the light's scattered, so it dims faster. It doesn't change. It doesn't affect your
It's depth perception. It's like what you're talking about.
No, it's not depth perception, because depth perception, it's scattering of light. It's dimming of light over distance. Depth perception has to do geometry.
So, all right, here. Do you mean stereoscopic acuity? The ability to judge relative distances at different objects is considerably reduced underwater, and this is affected by the field of vision. A narrow field of vision caused by a small viewport in helmets results in greatly reduced stereo acuity and associated loss of hand-eye coordination. Is that what you mean?
No, it's actually, if you're looking at an object that's within 3 feet, it looks further away than an object that is 50 feet away.
Okay.
Which looks closer.
I think that's this next sentence. At very short range, in clear water, distance is underestimated in accordance with magnification due to refraction through the flat lens of the mask, but at greater distances, greater than arm's reach, the distance tends to be overestimated to a degree influenced by turbidity. Love that word.
Turbidity also happens in the air.
Both relative and absolute depth perception are reduced underwater. Loss of contrast results in overestimation, and magnification effects account for underestimation at short range.
Do you think the same thing happens in the atmosphere?
To a point, but that just has to do with, well, actually, no, because wait, hold on. Because they specifically said, because of the mask that you're wearing that causes a refractive index, things are magnified. Did they not say that on the article?
Yes.
So, like I said, because of the mask, it's refracted. Over distance, you have a limited field of view, so you cannot see depth of field depth very well. we don't see depth very well in long distances because the change in angles is almost minuscule, where you cannot, our eyes are very close together. So the depth that we see is very minuscule. So that's why anything far away, it's going to look like a 2D image to us.
So why, with such limited eyes and such limited ability to determine distance and things on the horizon, would we ever postulate that the Earth is a ball?
Because we can see an object drop below the horizon.
Yeah, but sometimes
wait.
drop
I've
below
asked
the
you this
horizon.
before. So if we minimize refraction and have a very clear view, we will see the object drop. We minimize refraction where we're not getting that much distortion from the atmosphere. Why do we see the object drop? What happens to the bottom of the light from the bottom object?
How do you know? How do you know that the refractive layer is not what you're determining? How can you determine that? What are you looking at? What variables?
So there's a video that has a building 22.1 miles away.
I've seen it. You've shown it.
Yeah, I was able to find that building on Google Earth just by seeing what it was and knowing he was on Myrtle Beach. That's how clear that video was. Well, every other video that I've seen from flat earthers, it's distorted to hell.
Yeah, they like to show videos that have got heaps of
almost every
refraction.
video I've ever seen. I have not seen one where I can count the number of windows on the building.
What about J.
22 miles away?
Videos?
Was it?
What about the J. Tolan infrared videos?
I've actually wait. I remember seeing the J. Tolan with the San Jacinto. I've actually did on Google Earth, did line of sight to the peaks that he's pointing out and saw that he was completely wrong with what he does. And you can also see on his video, for some reason, the scaling that it goes down all of a sudden just dramatically raises. It's not a scale model. It's not a consistent scale on those peaks.
Because he's using milliradians over a ball.
No. Milliradians is still angles. All of a sudden you have, no. He all of a sudden he has a drop of like 4,000 feet or 4,000 feet in 3 times or 1/3 the distance that he has a drop on the top of the mountain.
So here's a question I want to ask you, Kenji. If the horizon is if you have a drop of 1.69 degrees from 28,000 feet, would you say you have a problem with a ball at 3959?
Once again, I don't know there's a lot of differing factors. I've never measured it myself. You can have, what if you have that drop? I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's supposed to be. I don't know what the math is.
It should be about 2.5 degrees.
So do you understand how how light bends in the atmosphere through a gradient?
No,
the light bends
not as well as you do.
So do you admit that we have a gradient, atmospheric gradient?
Sure, of course.
So do you understand how light bends towards the denser medium?
It was just explained to me actually by Michael. So I do have an understanding now.
So you're up in 35,000 feet. How much less dense is that compared to sea level?
A lot.
So how's that light going to behave? How's that light going to, when it comes from this horizon to your eyes, how's that going to behave?
It is going to bend down.
So you know what that causes the light to do, the object to do? It raises.
But what happens when you have a reflective surface like water? Do you not get the reverse effect because of the mirror?
No, doesn't affect anything.
Only when you're looking
that's
at
an
the
assumption.
water, and the water has to be very smooth.
Because do you understand how, like, if I have a mirror next to my side, like kind of angled away from me, and I see you, does that mirror affect anything how I see you when I'm not looking at the mirror?
Say it again. What now?
So if I have a mirror angled like along my vision, like almost in line with my vision, and I'm looking at you, and you're not you're just right next to the mirror, is that going to affect anything I see about you?
No.
So why would the mirror the reflective surface do anything about that?
Because the surface is reflecting in the air. You're talking about the surface of the water. I'm talking about the water
what's it reflecting
in the air.
Oh, so
how do you get a prism effect
it's
to make
diffusing. So it's going to diffuse the light a little bit. So that's just going to make it harder to see over distance. It's just going to diffuse the light. That's when things disappear over distance where eventually we're not going to see it. Just like in water, eventually you're not going to be able to see an object because the light's not going to be able to come to our eyes. Not enough light's coming to our eyes. But that doesn't affect what happens to the light that we see.
Okay, so we're making all of these arguments about how light bends and makes the earth look flat, when it's much more logical. This is why I put
Why
a
is it
mirror
much
in
more
the
logical?
sky, because this is a creation, Ken. I mean, if you look
But
around you,
eventually you're just going back to magic. So, but
it's not. But it's
let-
not. Gravity's magic. It's all magic, man.
Why
I
is
mean,
it gra-
But you can
because you
you
gotta
can,
have extra dimensions either way.
we can test gravity, and
You
we
can
have.
test that things fall, but who did you see the video of the chain attached to an object that's falling, that it falls?
Did you actually watch the explanation for that where they talk about the tension on that?
Yeah, but I didn't agree with the explanation of it.
But why not?
Because
tension?
Because it didn't match your required.
No,
conclusion,
it's
right?
not that it doesn't. I agree that things are falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, but I don't think attaching a chain to it, that chain tension, is going to cause them to fall faster. That breaks physics. I don't understand.
He actually explains the physics of it, that the tension pulling
I don't
up,
agree with
it transfers to the other side up the curve and adds
I know.
an
I saw
extra
that
downward
with
force.
effect. I think it's speculation, like a lot of other things. I think people.
There is a lot of
speculate about
speculations in physics. There's a lot of things they don't understand, and Veritasium is fantastic for explaining things like we don't actually understand this. Have you seen like when they have the space, when they have like a T-bolt and they spin it and it starts processing back and forth? We don't actually understand exactly why that happens,
that was cool.
But it happens, and we try to understand the physics of it, but there's a lot of subtle things that we don't really understand. But that doesn't mean that like the
Don't
gravity
you think
doesn't
when
work.
you look at Occam's razor, though, and you base it on a scale of probability, that it's more likely that there's extra physics that we don't understand, where
I believe there's extra
physics
physics that we don't understand, but you haven't shown me anything that shows me that your physics is correct. Half the things you said is, oh, it's a fifth dimension. It's a fifth dimension. That means, oh, we don't know it. So it's the gods of the gap.
It's the gravity
argument.
theory. It's the same thing. I mean, it's the big G cosmos problem of gravity theory.
You
It's
don't
the
even
same-
understand what the big G is.
Yes, I do. You've explained
is
it to
big
me
G?
many times. Thank you. It's Newtonian gravity in the cosmos.
No, big G is a number. It's literally just a number.
It's a placeholder. Right.
Yes, it's a constant.
It's a placeholder.
It's a number.
It's a made-up number.
It's
to
pi.
make gravity work.
No, it's not made up. It's measured. It's a measured number.
It's literally pi. It's just like pi. It's a calculation based off
but
measurements.
it's not pi.
No, it is. It's
Right.
literally just like pi.
Well,
Pi
it's
is
not the
just
same
a
number.
Made up.
Yeah, pi is just a representation of a number. It's just a rational number that we cannot find out to the exact number, so it's just easier for us to make a symbol for it. Same thing for
Yeah,
big G.
Pi is measured. You measure this, you measure this, right? That's the ratio of
Right.
pi, right? So we measured it, and so it's not a guess. It's not made up. It's not a placeholder. Same thing with G, right? There's a formula, hypothesized, and
That's not
confirmed.
predictable.
And no, it's absolutely. It totally predicts things. It's super accurate at predicting things.
It's
And
super accurate, but not perfect.
Nothing
Not even close to perfect.
is perfect. So
It's
expecting perfection is not, and not getting it isn't the measure. Like it wasn't perfect, therefore it's fake. No, it is very, very good. There's a margin of error. There's always
So
a margin
how
of
many
error.
extra dimensions do you need to make gravity work? That's the question. That's
You
the whole
don't need
point
extra
of keeping-
dimensions.
You don't. Yeah.
Yes, you do.
the
Or-
Newtonian version of physics
Yeah.
works perfectly fine in 3D. It's until you get to the extremes, like extreme mass, extreme
like
speed,
particles,
it starts falling apart.
like oxygen, nitrogen,
What do you mean?
helium, argon, all those
they're not
things in
extremes.
the atmosphere.
Those aren't extremes.
Well,
It's until you get
gravity
extreme mass.
doesn't have an effect on those things.
They do.
What do you mean
it
it doesn't?
does. The pressure gradient is
What do you
how
think-
is predicted
it
by
doesn't.
gravity. It's necessary. If
Why do you think hydrogen sulfur hexafluoride sinks? Carbon dioxide sinks.
yeah.
It affects all those things. Have you ever heard like that volcanic eruption in like South America where a lot of people died because the carbon dioxide release became a cloud and was an imperceptible cloud that killed a
Yeah,
bunch
so
of people?
you're talking about density. You're talking about density. We're not talking about gravity and why things fall now.
Density is not a force.
We're talking about mass.
F equals ma. But you agree? You have to agree that F equals
heavier,
ma.
Heavier things.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So if there is a mass and it is accelerated, then a force accelerated it. That's right. So air is accelerated down. Some force is doing that. Density isn't a force.
So you're postulating that gravity is causing the atmosphere to move with the earth. Is that what you guys are saying? You're saying that it's gravity.
That the gravity, the pressure differential in the vertical of the atmosphere is caused by gravity, and we can hypothesize.
What's that, Blue?
Oh, he's trying to change the argument again. Now he's moving to rotation of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Trying to.
How can you prove that mathematically? You're assuming equations that don't exist. You're looking at a gradient.
All right. Let me refer you. Hold on.
Einstein tried to come up with the theory of everything, guys. I mean, this is the reason why.
All right. Let me. You asked a question about the equations. I'll refer you to 1976 U.S. Standard Atmosphere. It's a publication. It's got a huge number of measurements of the air pressure up to high elevation, and then a handful of equations that go with it to predict the actual pressure. They use this. Isn't just a hypothetical thing. They use this in flight. So the darn it, altimeters are manufactured using the formulas from U.S. Standard Atmosphere 1976 to get the elevations.
But that atmosphere is not assumed to be in motion when you're talking about things with plane, and that's kind of the point that we're making about the atmosphere. Is gravity really needs to make the atmosphere follow the Earth,
but
and
motion
that's the part of the
affect
equation that you guys are assuming that cannot be proven mathematically. Ken, you know I'm right. You know that
but velocity doesn't affect acceleration. Velocity doesn't have anything to do with acceleration. It doesn't affect it.
Elliptical orbit is going to change acceleration.
How much does it change?
Eventually.
How much does it change from one side to the other?
Probably by.
I think we'll leave it at there for that one, so we can see where we've got a generalisation of where he's at with things. Like you're saying, Paul, he's just Dunning-Kruger in the sense of the knowledge that he.
And as soon as he gets cornered on. And soon as he gets cornered on something, he just quickly changes the subject to something else.
Yeah.
And that's obvious.
Yeah, we can see that happening.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about pressure gradient and why that's accurately predicted by the barometric formula, which requires gravity.
Mm-hmm. And
he's about to get trapped on that one, so he just switches to the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. Now, wait a minute.
Okay.
Hold on. That's a totally different discussion.
Yeah. And if he did any research on that, he'd realize that science actually has a handle on that too. You know, they've got all sorts of models which kind of help to explain that. It doesn't rotate in perfect sync with the Earth. Sometimes it rotates a little bit faster, sometimes a little bit slower. There's sort of an oscillating effect there. Where it changes.
I bet you a beer that he probably would have went on to Coriolis after that one if he couldn't get anywhere with it.
Atmosphere are extremely complicated.
Yeah.
But not so complicated that we don't understand it.
Yeah, that's right.
We definitely do.
Hmm.
We definitely do. Yeah, Coriolis is a big effect on our atmosphere.
Yep.
Why? Because the atmosphere is really big. That's why. It's really heavy. And really heavy things get affected by Coriolis.
And it moves things a long distance.
Yeah, moving long distances. It's where a jet streams come from.
Death said I put a sticky note over that moron's face.
And just like a ballet can speed up her rotation or slow down her rotation by moving her arms in and out, the Earth does exactly the same thing. As the atmosphere expands or contracts due to the different temperatures and stuff like that, the actual rotation of the Earth changes slightly, and that's been measured.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Now I can see why the debate took a few hours just to get through stuff with this guy, because he kept chopping it, get through so far into something and then jump to another topic.
Yeah, well, I'm too stupid to understand how to add 2 and 3 together. So let's talk about black holes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or better still, let's move on to quantum mechanics that even smart people don't fucking understand.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about the other day to somebody, where flurfers bring up topics that are so well above themselves in their knowledge, and asking just the layperson that they're talking to say, "Oh, you don't even know about X or Y in something," and what is it? Yeah, quantum physics and all that stuff.
Yeah. Anybody that says they understand quantum physics is an absolute idiot. Nobody understands it.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah.
I can spell it.
Go ahead. I'm calling out your bluff.
Hey?
I'm calling your bluff. Spell
it. I'm doing it now.
He's just Googling
it. Yeah.
There you go.
Well done.
And I didn't have time to Google it.
Irish Stew seems to be requesting some piano.
Oh, any today? Oh, there will be. There will be, won't there? You learnt that new tune?
Maybe.
You learnt that new one yet?
No. I've hadn't had time to learn anything new.
We're up to the second note then, aren't we? We got the first note. Now we're up to the second note.
Little Scott Joplin, perhaps?
I mean, here's a good question, Terry. What's a vacuum?
What's a vacuum?
Yeah. What do you think a vacuum is?
Something that's a void of matter? Or space between matter?
Okay. Anyone else got any descriptions of what they think a vacuum is?
Yeah, it's what I clean my house with.
Yeah. Oh, why did I guess that? I should have guessed that
I've got 2 of them. I got a pair of Dysons.
The total presence of absolutely nothing.
You see, I think, like, from a physics point of view, a vacuum is more like it's the lowest energy state of the quantum fields in that area. So it's not necessarily a complete absence of anything. It's just the lowest possible energy state or lowest possible state that you can have in the quantum fields that are in that area, particular volume of space. That, to me, is what a vacuum is. So that includes things like virtual particles that pop out of the quantum fields and stuff like that. It includes all of those things. A vacuum is just the minimum amount of energy you can have in that particular volume of space.
So I'll at least get a point for what I said, or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Because that's the simplest way I can describe it. What else have we got for you? We can have a bit of derp if you want. Oh, we just had derp, but got other derp here. Oh, we've got Simon Dan. Oh, we've got this new Matthew Weathers channel that Wally was recommending. I don't know if he's a debunker or what he is. I'll put it out in the peanut gallery. I've got a Wally with Level Earth Observer, that one. Somebody to do a spacewalk. And I've got two actually that he did. They're both quick, fairly quick. But I thought you might like to hear this guy rant on for a couple of minutes. Bit of dirt.
Oh, jeez.
He's always good for a laugh.
Well, I suppose he's got to be good for something.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. What happens if I told you that every single day you spent in school, you've been lied to? What happens if I told you that every single science teacher out there has been lying to you about everything across the board?
You're not going to get a copyright strike for that, are we? These bits and pieces that play in the middle.
I presume not. He didn't.
Oh, I don't think so.
What happens if I tell you that the history teacher has been lying to you? What happens if I tell you that the professors in college have been lying to you?
Underground, overground, wumbling free. The wumbles of Wimbledon, common are we.
What happens if I tell you that globe that you've been looking at all the way up until high school is a pure lie? And you should wake up and investigate flat Earth. What would you do?
Making good use of the things that we find, things that the everyday folks leave behind.
You would get mad at me, wouldn't you? You'd thrash out. Because you don't know what to do. Because every single thing that you know is a lie. And that's what happens to a person who gets into flat Earth.
Yeah, we'll speed it up a bit.
Okay, they first thrash, they argue, because they want to fight for that dream that they had. That was so nice and warm and comfortable, like a nice blanket that they cuddled with when they were a child. And it's now been taken away from them. That's right, your whoopee has been taken away from you.
Pick up the papers and take it to Marie.
It's been taken away. Don't you see? Don't you understand? Everything's a fucking lie. Don't you see that the Earth is flat? Don't you see that there's no curvature? Don't you see? Isn't it suspicious that we haven't been back to the moon for 50 fucking years?
Wumbles are organized, work as a team. Wumbles are tidy and wumbles are clean.
Nobody asks about it? Isn't it suspicious that our technology in 1969 was better than 2021?
Underground, overground, bumbling free. The Wombles of Wimbledon, common are we.
So when you revisit 1969, and you look at the technology that you had back then, and you look at the technology that you have right now in 2021, and we still haven't been back to the moon, there's still not a fucking base up there, there's still not people up there, don't you ask any questions?
While he's going faster.
And say, fuck, something's the matter here? Something doesn't make any sense? Every single president has promised that we're going back to the moon, and every single time, we don't go. It's because the Earth is flat, they can't fake it anymore.
People don't notice us, they never see. Under their noses are one maybe.
They can't fake shit anymore, okay? They can still do their little ISS dance, you know, but we see it, we see right through it.
Womble by night and be womble by day. Looking for litter to trundle away.
You know, and that's it. That's all. If you can't wake up to that, and you can't see all around you that something's wrong, then enjoy everything that you've been doing. And enjoy your life, your dream. Because it's going to come crashing down soon. Very soon. And that's why all of this is going on.
I don't know if that made it more bearable or more funny, speeding it up.
The Wombles. I used to work with a bloke who worked with the Wombles, i.e. the crew that made and filmed it all. Most of them had women inside the suits.
Really?
Yeah. It was quite a popular sort of kids' TV program over here.
I vaguely remember it. Vaguely.
They lived in burrows on Wimbledon Common, and they came out after dark, and they'd clear up all the rubbish and recycle and reuse anything that they could. So they were one of the first of the sort of the green things, I suppose.
Right, Terry. Carl reckons he got the music composition last week with one note.
What, the one
he reckons he guessed the tune, given only one note. Right? Yeah. And he reckons he can't do that again. So I'm going to give him 5 notes this time. All right. So he gets 5 notes, and then he's got to see if he can guess what classical tune it is. I'll give him that it's a classical tune. So here you go, Carl. Here's your 5 notes. See if you know what this classical tune is going to be.
I've heard that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I may not be able to name it though.
I'll give you until after Terry's next video to come up with a title and the composer.
Yeah, I know it too, Carl, but I just don't know. I can't think of the name. I recognise the tune. Yeah, I can't think of the name either, Carl. Yeah, I think we're all going to be like that. We've heard of it, but we can't think of the name. Okay, what have we got left? We've got 2.
I'm pretty sure that the song title isn't I Can't Think of the Name.
I know. It's that perennial classic, Buggered If I Know.
Yeah, Buggered If I Know.
Yeah.
I have it saved somewhere. Metallica.
No, it's not Metallica.
Well, we can say it's not Metallica. We can say all the things what it's not. Okay. That opening
Yes, Carl,
piece
it does
repeats
repeat
again.
It does repeat again. He's right. It does repeat again. It repeats like this. It goes.
I know the piece of music, but I couldn't tell you what it's called. I think I know it. I've got a clue what it's called. Chas and Dave.
My brain is letting me down. You must feel like a flirter, Carl.
Okay, well, how much time we got left? We're going to run over time here. What else have we got? Only two short ones I've got, Wally. I've got a 10-minute Simon Dan, but if you take out the advertising part, it'll be a bit shorter. I can only reduce it to about 8 minutes. I'll just do the Wallies then.
Yeah.
Which one was done first? July 4, July 7. Is it by Napalm Death? Clive wants to know.
No.
Didn't sound like Napalm Death. No.
I'm going to shit myself when I hear what it is. Oh, we don't want that.
No.
Brainery's got a guess.
No.
Pino Savaka. I will play one of Wally's.
Yeah.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, today, Level Earth Observer, I'm taking a little pity on him and I'm going to make him a pity video. I'll go and debunk the ISS for you, Adam. How about that? That's a good fella, hey? So the other day, Thomas and Shane were having a chat back to ground, as these guys often do, when, oh dear. Now, for reference, I will show you Mark A. Take notice of Mark A. This is for reference. So when the microphone is in this position, Thomas fumbles it and it's going to go down towards Mark B. Then once it gets to Mark B, astronaut at sea is going to then dive down to try and rescue Thomas from his terrible embarrassment that he's just created. You can see it all over Shane's face. He goes, oh dear, what has Thomas done? And he's going to go off towards D to rescue the microphone and bring it back.
So let's have a look.
Thanks, Bill. Happy
We'll
4th.
watch the clip in normal speed, and then I'm going to zoom in and slow it down so we can see it in all its glory.
Oh, you can see he hit it.
And now we'll go
You can
super
see he hit it
slow-mo.
with his hand
Just
as
to
he
remind
tried to
you, the
catch
2
it.
points of reference, and now super slow motion. Look at it, see it? And again. There it is. Oops.
Well, that's the sort of the general gist that poor Adam's going to go, and he'll say,
Terrible stuff, fella. Dear, oh dear.
What a bad day for NASA, for the ISS, for debunking Where's Wally. The whole lot has all come down in a terrible screaming heap.
That saying it something stays in motion unless a force acts upon it or whatever, it works well in space.
But I guess the beauty of making a pity video for Adam is I get to instantly debunk it. Because when you go and have a look, when Thomas first fumbles the microphone, it goes along trajectory A and it's travelling in a straight line. Well, I guess it would probably be hard to see a curving drop if it was falling under the weight of gravity. But then he does manage to almost get his fingers on it. He touches the microphone and sends it on a second trajectory. Again, a straight line, but this time headed out trajectory B. The problem is, Adam, both of these trajectories are straight lines, which you would not get on Earth. Oh dear, sorry, I guess it's not such a good debunk after all.
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me.
But of course, Adam, he would have just stopped there and made a video all about it. But he wouldn't have looked a little bit further along where Thomas fumbles the microphone again, but this time I should be saying his name Frenchly, Thomas fumbles it upwards, and it bumps it and it goes up that way, which I would have just slapped Adam around with and say, see Adam, you're a silly boy, and you went and hastily made a video, didn't you?
When do you see a time when it's more normal for, not just billionaires and lucky winners of raffles to come and join you on the International Space Station?
Anyway, guys, I'll leave the link in the description as always. You can go and watch this excellent video with these guys chatting. There's a few really interesting topics they cover. I'll let you all go and have a watch and enjoy.
Just happened to be walking along, bud. I just couldn't resist. Couldn't resist it.
Oh, poor Adam. Have you gone and defaced any buildings yet? Done any more fly posting? You do know that the Masonic Lodge had a CCTV camera right over the top of the door, didn't you, Adam? I might just write to them and see if they picked up somebody standing there the other day and acting suspiciously outside the door. What do you think? Might be worth a phone call to them. I'll ask.
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
Oh shit.
There was a clown at the door.
But they still try and show all these clips taken on the ISS where, oh, look, they're dropping something and it's falling downwards. Yeah, it's falling towards the floor. Why is it doing that in zero gravity? And you can see in every single instance, they've fumbled it in some way, and that's given it enough force to move it in that direction. At no time does any of these videos show where they just let go of it and it drops.
Yeah, they always like to clip a little tiny bit. When you watch it all in its entirety, you always see what's going on.
Yeah, you've got to cherry pick it. I mean, Whitsitt did it the other day, and he presented this brief few seconds of something that looks like it was going down towards the floor, and it wasn't. I think it might have been that inflatable ball that he got tucked under his arm, and it obviously squirted out, and you see it go out. It goes down out of shot, and that's where he stops it. And you think, if you let it run a few more seconds, you'll see that it bounces off the floor and comes back up into view again, slowly floating.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't show that bit.
No, don't show that bit.
And meanwhile, they're ignoring all the other things that are going in all sorts of different directions.
Correct.
Necklaces that are floating and all sorts of shit like that,
Yeah, clothing that's floating on them, like their shirts. Why have they all got short necks? Because their shirts are a bit baggy and they're all floating up, The skin on their faces, their faces don't look right.
And
everything.
Shirts don't fit on their body properly like normal.
Correct. They tend to billow a little bit because they're not stuck to the body because, gravity's not pulling them down.
So Carl couldn't figure out that piece yet?
Yeah, they did. Oris Stew got it. He was the first with it. And then I think someone else Googled it and got it. So it is. It's a piece called The Well-Tempered Clavier by Bach. It goes like this. messed up there. I'll start that again. There you go.
I was going to ask you to, before you played it, to do a sound check because it was overdriving your mic.
Oh, was it too loud, was it?
Yes, it was way too loud.
Oh, well. Oh, okay. I should have left my mic back on the table, hey?
Nice sounding piano, though.
Is it better, just for future reference, is it better if my mic is back there, if I play the piano? Like if my mic's back there, is it better like this?
Yes.
Better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's perfect.
Trying to say yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, that works good.
Good. Next time I'll leave it like that.
Those Blue Yetis are really sensitive.
Yeah.
Don't mind me, I was just getting a smoke. I gotta try to sneak off when I can. And I've got to mute when I go into the other room because there's music playing.
Ah.
And I know YouTube would have picked that up, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Especially if it's BG's or whatever it was she was listening to, or ABBA or something.
Oh yeah, they'll soon be on that.
I'll finish off with the last of Bolly's, and I haven't gone over too much. But is it a request, Joe? How about Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I like a bit of Soundgarden.
Yeah, I like getting a copyright strike on that one. Yeah, that'll be good. But followed by Herr Kom Die Som from Rammstein.
Rammstein, Sonne, the one I said had the video with the
Rammstein.
interpretation of
Yeah.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. That's a good song, yeah. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun.
Yeah, I was listening to a little bit of it over on Discord. Somebody left it over there.
I do like Rammstein.
Good on you, Paul. Spelt P-A-L-L.
P-A-W-L. Yeah, sure.
Little Pig by Green Jelly. Where are all these songs coming from? Yeah, that one.
We can always do a tune. We can always do a tune for Flat Earth.
Yes. Is that a,
Yep.
Yep, that tune, that definitely that one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Dora's saying, oh, it's just called Som. Makes it a bit easier for those uncultured people that cannot speak German.
Yeah, it's just called Sonne. From their album Mutter.
I can't speak German.
Mother.
Sorry, can't speak
Mother.
German.
I can't speak very much. The only German I've learned is either from watching Das Boot, or listening to Rammstein.
Points. You know what that is?
No. I didn't learn that one when I was learning piano. I already mentioned I was uncultured at the beginning of the quiz. Oh, okay. Sorry, Dora.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, yet again, Adam, he has another fail. He's gone off looking at the Chinese space station and their first moonwalk. And their first spacewalk. So let's see what Adam was talking about.
China conducts first spacewalk outside new space station. Ooh.
Adam, where else would you do a spacewalk but outside a space station?
Let's have a look.
Oh, sorry. The peanuts are revolting.
Oh, no video.
Yeah, cashews are better.
Oh, yes, they're right.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, yet again, Adam, he has another fail. He's gone off looking at the Chinese space station and their first moonwalk. And their first spacewalk. So let's see what Adam was talking about.
China conducts first spacewalk outside new space station. Ooh.
Adam, where else would you do a spacewalk but outside a space station?
Let's have a look. And already we hit the first hurdle. What am I on about? Ridiculous camera angles. That seems to be the theme with space.
Ridiculous? Why, mate? What exactly do you think they want to show here, mate?
It's sold as great exploration and wanting to get the public on board, but all it is dodgy camera angles. The camera's set up like publicity shots. Who would have thought? It's not, I mean, if I had a space station that was orbiting a ball,
Oh, here we go. What will Adam say next?
I'd have cameras pointing in every direction.
Like the ISS?
Filming 24/7.
Yes, like the ISS.
Live streaming.
Yes, exactly like they do with the ISS.
For everyone to explore and enjoy and benefit from.
Yes, we already have all of those things, so why are you not benefiting from or enjoying those?
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me. But no, space is about propaganda shots, publicity shots, pantomime, selling a lie that is the globe, which of course is scientifically impossible. They wouldn't even need to show us this nonsense if there was some demonstrable science. There isn't. That's why we have to put up with daily doses of space pantomime.
Any actual proof of that, Adam? Citation needed for not scientifically possible?
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me. It's not even convincing. I mean, if you want to believe this, you go ahead. Good for you.
So, Adam, if you want to disbelieve this, you go right ahead, mate.
Again, more cuts than a Japanese samurai film. I mean...
Well, Adam, the spacewalk was many hours long, so when you're showing the highlights, you use a technique that we often call editing. It allows you to remove unnecessary or less interesting segments from a video or a talk. And you shorten it to be more concise. Now, this is something you really need, dear boy. You really do need to learn how to edit. But Adam, you really do have to admit, the resolution of these cameras are rather nice and clear, aren't they?
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on. Oh, so they can install foot restraints, but they can't install scientific cameras. I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
Adam, I was sure you would have picked up on the handrail that didn't join up, but you didn't. Maybe you learned your lesson about 360-degree cameras from me. Yeah, and I'm really sorry you had to take that other really embarrassing video down, mate. It was kind of hilarious, wasn't it?
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me. The foot restraints are there as like a stage, a pantomime stage for further space pantomime to come.
Maybe, Adam, and hear me out, they're still building the thing at the moment, yes?
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me. It's not about exploration, is it? It's about space pantomime. Otherwise you'd be installing cameras pointing in all different directions.
Like the ISS?
Streaming 24/7.
Yes, like the ISS.
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on. Nah, we don't get that.
Oh yes, this shot. Now this is one that has demonstrable water showing convexity upon its surface. And it just happens to be a shot you see all the time from the ISS from its very many cameras.
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on. And then we come to this shot, which we know is scientifically impossible, because the globe's scientifically impossible. The Globe representatives online prove that daily for us with their non-citation of science, anything demonstrable that backs their claims.
And Adam, we're all turning blue while we hold our breath, waiting for the evidence of this flatness that you keep talking about, Adam.
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me. All dodgy camera angles, clearly ridiculous at this point in time.
So I see a comment in your Attaboy section that someone is wondering about where is the video of them building the CSS. Well, fella, here it is. This is what Adam is showing you right now. And Adam, why didn't you pop a comment in here saying, look, here it is. This is what these Chinese fellas are showing right now. They're putting it together.
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me. Come on, Lou.
前景，跟随我的步伐，一起自由地飞翔吧。
Oh, right, okay, so Lou was just bigging up the usual tosh. Oh, we better clap quickly as well, because we know what will happen if we don't clap this tosh.
Now, if you don't clap, then someone will look at you and say, why are you not clapping? Do you not get what a huge achievement you're witnessing?
But what we do get is this publicity shot with Lou's mate, Tang Hongbo, who's, what's he saying? Thanks to all the aerospace workers, who's thanking all the people who've worked on this pantomime. Dear, oh dear. I mean, look. If you couldn't make a more obvious publicity shot or bit of propaganda if you tried.
Oh, Adam, this is what I like about you. Total hypocrite. So now you're saying that showing a bit of pride in their country's achievement is a sign of pantomime. Well, it didn't seem that it was that long ago you were criticising Apollo astronauts for being way too cool after landing on the moon, and simply proclaiming the Eagle has landed in a rather flat, monotone voice was a sign that it was all made up. You wanted them to be more excited. These guys are excited, you want them to be more calm. You seem to be one of those people who are never happy.
I'm very much at peace with it now.
Yeah, despite your claim.
Tang here has just made it so obvious. Even the most dullest of cannibal delusionists will surely be scratching their head here, thinking, this isn't exploration. This is just a charade, a publicity shot. This is tosh. That's right, it is utter fucking nonsense.
Oh, Adam, go and sit in the corner, would you? Thanks for watching, guys. Do all that button pressing, clicking thing that you need to do here to make my videos even more popular. Thanks, guys.
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me.
Never a truer word said.
Yeah, I don't think
he's
he's
going to
repeated.
regret saying those. I mean, those two sound bites while he plays almost every clip he does.
Yeah.
I don't think he's repeated those statements again in a hurry.
No.
I realised what he said after he said it. Yeah. Well, thanks, Wally. Yeah. Get rid of that. Oh, we're going a little bit over time. Which doesn't really matter.
No.
No.
Since I stayed up really late the other morning. What have the Chinese ever done for us?
Made all the tap that you keep buying from Amazon.
Yeah.
I swear, just about everything I picked in that bloody place had "Made in China" written on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember the days when things used to be made in Japan. I'll probably finish it off there then. Excuse me. Oh. Well, if anyone's got anything else they want to notify anyone about or inform, educate. I noticed Alan's AWOL for a minute, so. Well. You want to play us out on anything, Paul, while I sort this out?
If you want me to. I suppose I can do something.
And then we'll say our goodbyes.
You can say your goodbyes while I'm playing. I won't play loud.
Okay then. Just background, yeah, just something in the background, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to talk over your playing.
You can do that.
tapped out. Death said. Okay. I can thank Alan, but he can't reply. Oh, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Big Blue. Carl, Death, Stewie, Death. I said Death twice, sorry. I'll say Carl twice. Who else? Elmix, 9 o'clock Hero, Brainery, Dora. Oh, Dora's gone now. That's right. Oh, don't forget Matt was out there earlier. And Wally. And we had a newcomer too. I can't think of their name off the top of my head now. Or a couple of newcomers.
Oh, we did.
Ozzie Globehead was out there. John Stock, he was out there. Clive. I say Death. Stewie. No, I can't go any further. That's as far as I can scroll. Who did I miss? Brainery. Stevie B. Yeah, I think I got everyone. And Blue there. Yeah, I see Blue out there. Alright guys, night panel, night peanuts. See you on Saturday.
Night peanuts.
Oh, 9 o'clock Hero was there too. And Stevie B.